Our Board of Selectmen regular meeting for Wednesday, March 11th, 2026. Our first item on the agenda is our first Selectmen remarks. In the spirit of the season, with St. Patrick's Day coming, wanted to let folks know that our center, the Woodbridge Center, our senior center, is holding a luncheon on tomorrow.
Yeah.
And as part of that luncheon, there will be a bagpipe performing in the front of the center building tomorrow morning at 11:30, from 11:30 to 12 o'clock. And we'll be performing in front of the center building only because apparently the decibel level is way too high for him to do it inside. So.
Makes sense. And so loud that people who live around here may just randomly hear bagpipes around 11:30. So in case you're wondering, this is Christy's message as well. That is, in fact,
firehouse.
Yeah,
They're used to noise.
I also wanted to just officially again thank the Bethwood Baseball organization for again donating $3,000 for safety improvements to our ball fields. They do it every year. They've done it again this year, and certainly a very good partner in terms of helping us to help them take care of the fields and that. This month, I wanted to let everyone know we had tried last month to start the neighbor-to-neighbor talk, but the weather had difference. The weather did not cooperate. So this month we'll be starting the neighbor-to-neighbor. These are the meetings designed to make it easier and for more residents to participate in sharing ideas directly with town leaders. Our first neighbor-to-neighbor conversation will take place this coming Tuesday, March 17th, from 6:30 to 8 o'clock at the Woodbridge Town Library Meeting Room. And also, as part of an ongoing effort to improve transparency and accessibility, the town has launched a brief communications survey. The survey asked residents how they're currently receiving town information, and whether through the mailed newsletter, e-newsletter, the news flashes, a town website, social media, or meeting recordings, and how they would prefer to see and what they thought about it. There was about 214 submissions so far. We're going to close it on March 29th. It's posted to the homepage on the website, and it's also distributed in the news that goes out. And flyers will be going up at the center and at the library, and paper copies will be available upon request at Town Hall, the library, or the senior center, or the Woodbridge Center. Wanted folks to know that there will be a joint TPZ and BOS meeting on the 25th of this month. That'll be part of a special meeting that we're calling. And we will also be inviting to that meeting members, representatives from a number of our boards and commissions. There's a couple of things, a couple of intents here. One, we have zoning regulations that need to be cared for and put in place in time for the state mandated, or the state deadline that they submitted. Particularly, these are specific to our commercial district for mixed use and make it easier for residential conversion from commercial. And those being that they have to be done by July, we're having a joint meeting just to make sure that everyone is aware of what's happening, and also to begin kind of a collaboration between the different agencies here within town in terms of zoning in particular. So, and I also wanted to let folks know that the town generally has a burn official, and that's an appointment that's done by the first selectman. It hasn't been done because it usually expires. Like, for example, anyone who's appointed now is valid until 2030. So didn't know that we were expired at this point in time, but we have. So I will be appointing a burn official, and just wanted everyone to know that's a board. It's a first selectman appointment, but I did want the board to be aware that was happening.
Can you define a burn official?
I should say open burn official.
Okay,
This
so
is
for
someone
fires.
who would provide permits to residents who want to do an open burn, and they would be the ones they have to be certified, and they would be the ones to distribute those or to approve those permits.
You may already be aware, but there's either a Senate bill or a House bill in legislation right now giving DEEP some authority, proposing to give DEEP some authority over burning
Yes,
during periods of drought, et cetera, so.
yes, this is through DEEP, as a
Okay.
matter of fact, that
Okay,
this
so
is
they've
done,
been done.
yes. So, and certifications need to be in place,
So is your authority from a deep regulation, is it from a
Yes.
statute?
correct.
That's from the code as well. I can point you to our local code official.
But it's stated very clearly in DEEP as well. It's the town leader would be the one to appoint. And that's it. Our next item on our agenda, I'd like to introduce Quinn Brennan, and he's going to tell us a little bit about his Eagle project proposal, bat boxes at Fitzgerald Park. So Quinn, thank you for joining us today, and why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're doing?
So
He did pass out the material.
this is my Eagle project on. This is my project on bat boxes. I know it does say Fitzgerald Park, but we did add 2 more locations, which will be on the next few slides.
I think there's a clicker. Does the clicker work? The clicker.
Oh, you have to click it on the side, sorry. I should have done that. Click it.
Oh,
He's got it, power button, right?
so this project is to install bat boxes in Fitzgerald Walking Trails garden area, dump cap at Acorn Hill, and at Bethwood baseball fields and Camp White. So this includes building a post and an information board that will give some information about the bats, how the posts were made, and then these areas have been chosen for their woodsy, because they're close to the woods, and to protect these bats from fungal diseases like white nose syndrome. So the bats that live in this area are called little brown bats, and they are suffering from a fungal disease, white nose syndrome, which develops on their nose from hibernation, and it impairs their breathing, health, and it leads to declining numbers. And so to create a safe and clean hibernation areas for these bats so that they don't keep declining as they are, and to create a nice nesting area for them to repopulate and bring those numbers back up. So these bats can help by declining the numbers of mosquitoes, bugs, and any insects that can hurt or destroy plants in the areas like the garden area at the Fitzgerald Walking Center. And these can also protect mosquitoes from spreading diseases and biting humans. And then so some of the details on this one right here. These bat boxes measure 6.5 by 12 by 1825, and these are constructed of quality wood from Lowe's, and then you guys don't have that. This is one of the areas that the post will be. That's Acorn Hill dump cap. This is the Camp Whiting field, and then this is the Fitzgerald Walking Center. So all these areas have been chosen to be closer to the woods so that the bats will be more acclimated and be more likely to move into these boxes instead of just choosing a different area to hibernate. These boxes were made with a bigger landing area so that they're more inclined to go there. These bats won't go if it's hard to get into. So the bat boxes can hold up to 300 bats, and yeah, it's made into 2 sections. One area where they can be when they're feeling warmer, which is at the top, and then when they need to cool down, they'll go towards the bottom of the box to get colder. And then there's some ventilation on all around so that they don't get too cold or too hot. And then those are the measurements. We're planning on digging a 2 foot, at least 2 feet deep hole to put concrete surrounding it for some stability, and then a collar on the middle of it to combine 2 8-foot posts, I believe. Yep, 8-foot posts. And then this is some pictures from the supplier. As for the cost, this project will total to $475, including materials and others like concrete, safety items for scouts that will be helping get this project done. And then here's some more pictures of the boxes. These chambers are to separate the bats so that they're not all clumped together and that they can hang separated. And then here's some photos of the trails. So these gardens also are being, there's some insects in the area that are ruining some of the plants, and then those bats eat a lot of those bugs. So like mosquitoes, and then I think there are some other insects. Is there any questions?
No, but I will say I appreciate your pictures. It makes me want for more spring. So,
If I could,
Please.
I want to commend you for this project. It's a great one. Bats are very important to the environment. And certainly the white nose syndrome is a concern. I was interested when you say that it's a bat box, the person the company that designed it, I assume they consulted with a wildlife expert or something so they know what they're building. But do they roost in there at night? Do they actually breed as well? Do you know?
Yeah, they do both.
They can breed as well? Okay. And then my question is not for you, but for Mika, was your project says that the money will come from Miko Cardozo. So is this a personal donation, or do we need to authorize funding?
because of the amount, it's not necessarily for us to authorize, but I thought it would be appropriate to bring it up, but it would be coming from the town. He requested it from the town.
Okay. And what is the timeline for your project? When are you trying to do it?
So there's not a specific one, but whenever the ground softens up so that we can dig a hole and put cement in. So probably around late April to June.
And has the company providing these given you any indication about when you would expect bats to find them and start actually roosting?
Yeah, sometimes it takes a little bit. It could be 2 to 5 years, depending, because the bats they stay in areas for a while, but once they see some areas that are suitable for nesting, they'll move in there gradually.
Okay.
But it takes a while. Since they're in big groups, it'll start filling up after a while.
Okay. And they'll last? How long will they last then? The actual structure?
Oh, these are made of treated wood, so they'll last a while.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure there are some details on what they're made of. I think I have it in
Just
here.
more was interested in the longevity. I mean, if the
Yeah.
bats are going to take 5 years, we want them to last a
Yeah.
good while after that.
They're naturally rot resistant, so I don't know exactly what
If they're
type of
cedar.
wood.
Yeah.
Or locust or something.
Yeah.
Do you know what will the posts be treated or?
The posts are gonna be treated,
Okay.
yeah.
And I'm sure it would increase the dollar amount. But I just wanted to make you aware, if you're not already, the Connecticut has a Connecticut-grown wood products program, just like we do a Connecticut-grown agriculture, food. And there are there are unfortunately decreasing amounts, but we have many mills in the state, and there are areas to procure locally grown wood that can either be treated or could be naturally rot resistant, like cedar or locust. So I'm not sure if you've considered that, but I think it would have a better carbon footprint, and Connecticut-grown wood products you can ask to come with the cool branding, and so that might be something worth looking into. I'm not sure if that's of interest. I know I have gotten Connecticut-grown wood for a very reasonable cost, and I do think for just simple posts like this, it could be competitive with Lowe's prices. So, and just, could you clarify how many boxes at each location?
One each.
Okay. And would you be willing to discuss kind of the stewardship of these boxes over time, if anything is required? And if so, if there is an opportunity to engage like the garden club or folks that are involved in the management and stewardship of Fitzgerald Park, to plan for the stewardship of the boxes.
What do you mean stewardship?
Yeah, good question. I guess I mean, once the bats find them and utilize them, I don't know how long they stay, or if people need to check on them, clean them out ever, if the wood is degrading over time, perhaps. So both in terms of bat maintenance and the product maintenance.
I do personally plan on checking up on them once in a while. So, what if any other groups want to? That would be good too.
Quinn, reach out and we'll talk a little bit about that, because where you're putting them is ideal for other groups to be involved.
Yeah.
So
Got it.
it would actually work out, we can make a program out of it, so to speak, in terms of making sure that the people are engaged and aware of it. So you could reach out and we could talk a little bit more about that. We can inform you specifically which groups might be the most appropriate to work with. So.
One last question, the placement is, did the company advise you as to where to place them? That's the company that sells them?
Yeah, they said keep it near the woods so that the bats are more inclined to nest there.
Okay.
But necessarily, we just found the most far away from any roads or where people would be, because they might deter the bats a little bit.
Okay.
But if they're just surrounded by forest, they're more likely to end up with bats.
Because my one concern is, as a gardener, I can tell you that it's pretty busy there in the summer, as a community gardener, and where you place the bat on Fitzgerald track, it might be better in the backfield rather than in the middle field where you have it.
There is vehicle traffic going up to the gardens,
Yeah.
as Amy said.
You sort of have it as, right now you have it as edge close to the firehouse, and I don't know if bats are sensitive to sound, but there's sure a lot of noise coming out of that firehouse. That's one of them, and then the other one is right near a road. You actually have three of them here. One is right near a road, one is in a corner. This one that's sort of in the middle near a road, that's where there's a lot of traffic. And you might want to move it over into more of a corner.
Yeah, those.
Just a recommendation, if you might consult with somebody about that.
Those three we put as options, but the main one will be number one, which is all the way in the back.
Okay,
The
good.
circled one.
Okay, good.
Great.
Okay, good. That's a good better location. Thank you.
You may know better than I, but to my understanding, that the direction in which the bat box faces matters.
Yes, it
Okay.
does.
Okay, so,
I'm pretty sure it's about, it has to face towards an open field so that they can see it
Okay.
better. Instead of just looking through trees, it's harder for them to see the opening. So,
I installed one on my home, and I re-looked at the instructions on the box, because I still have it, and it said to do it south-facing. So I don't know if that's of value for you to consider.
Yeah, I think that they did mention that. So I'll figure out the directions and then we'll probably reposition it once we're there.
Yeah, anywhere in that back field for Fitzgerald is good.
Yeah.
That's less used.
And thank you for putting this project proposal together. I just wanted to ask if the amount that you've requested is the full amount, or if you were raising funds in addition to this, or is this the full cost of the project?
This is the full amount, yeah.
Great. I think the Eagle Scouts have done a great job over the years of putting projects in throughout town, and I know kind of annually there are projects, and I don't know what the town's history is in terms of funding projects. I think there's probably worthy to have some funds available for such projects, but just want to make sure that we're following, I don't know what past practice has been, so, but I do know that in some cases, Scouts have raised some of the money and asked for some funds in some cases, so, but I think this is a great idea. Appreciate you putting it forward.
Fundraising is always great, and town has in the past done this type of thing, so.
Yeah.
Is there any more questions?
No?
Quinn, thank you very much.
We look
again.
forward to seeing them.
Yeah, we really, it's a great project, and I appreciate you putting it forward for us and working with the town the way you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Really quickly, do you mind just sharing what grade you're in?
I'm in 10th grade.
Excellent.
Well
Good
done.
accomplishment, Eagle Scout at this,
Yeah.
in 10th grade. I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next item on the agenda will be our Woodbridge School District update with Superintendent Christopher Montini.
Maybe we could keep a nice spring
I know.
picture there unless the superintendent needs to show us
I like
something.
the gardens. The garden picture was beautiful.
Flowers.
Yeah, go back to the gardens with the flowers.
The poop dispense bag.
Wasn't my favorite.
I do have actually a couple of sentences that are spring-like opening, but
That's fine.
good evening and thank you for the opportunity for me to share a brief update on behalf of the Woodbridge School District and Beecher Road School. So our enrollment currently stands at 869, curious, kind, sunshine-loving, at least for the moment, students. The emergence of the sun and a little warmth these last few days have uplifted some spirits. Earlier in the week, I was supervising some dismissal. Kids were shedding coats, some of them sporting some short sleeves. They're approaching their parents. Can I ride my bike? Can I go out and play? Can we go for ice cream? I said someone's going to say the beach next. It's remarkable what a little sunshine can do after the winter that we've experienced, no matter how short-lived that sunshine, or perhaps how old we are. I hope that the sunshine has brightened your day in some particular fashion. So our enrollment of 869, I will say, is really close to last year. Two less students this year than last March, but right in line. So I have one update in regards to teaching and learning. It's from music and the arts. Music and the arts are integral parts of a well-rounded education. BRS takes pride both in educating the whole child and our excellent music programs, which is reflected in part in our recent participation in what's called the CMEA Southern Region Honor Festival. So we've had 12 of our 6th grade band and choir students. They were selected to participate in what is called Southern Regions. It's an annual selective event, sort of like an all-star game but you need to audition. You need to sort of do a cold read of music and compete to be selected to represent one of the 4 regions, Northwest, East, South, in Connecticut. And it's an especially impressive achievement because we are in the middle school group, so we are competing against 6th graders, 7th graders, and 8th graders. So 12 was an excellent number. Our talented students were led by our band director, Ken Caldwell, our choral director, Lexi Fonda, and they recently took place in a 2-day festival where they rehearsed, performed, challenging and exciting music under the direction of several guest conductors. We are certainly proud of our students, our teachers, and our music programs. And you have been thinking about and talking about budget every day for a long period of time, as have I. So I'll share with you an update in regards to the budget. So as you know, in January, I sat in this chair and shared with you the Board of Education's request, which represented an increase of $970,000 or 5.24%. A considerable portion of that proposal was predicated on a 15% insurance renewal. A renewal provided by our broker based on essentially local and national trends. As you already know, and I'm sure you've heard this, but one of the issues that complicated in this particular case forecasting an insurance renewal is that we were with a new vendor. And there was no history in terms of claims data beyond July 1st. So all of the data was coming new with the company month by month by month. Each month, as we received our claims data, we were encouraged and hopeful that that 15 would be nothing but a sort of overinflated projection and we'd get better numbers. So you know that and I wrote a memo on the night in which you deliberated prior to sending your budget off to the Board of Finance, that we were able to provide potential reductions based on updated information, some of which was a few more months of good claims data. So you accepted through your deliberations those numbers, and the Board of Education budget stands at an increase of roughly $695,000 or 3.76%. So we recently received some good news regarding our insurance renewal and are working to finalize the details. Based on the fiscal year-to-date claims, we will qualify for a 0% renewal, which would likely provide for another reduction of approximately $160,000, bringing the approximate increase to $535,000 or 2.89%. So from the very beginning, this is roughly $435,000 down from the $970,000. Now, the good news is tempered a bit. It's still $160,000, but as with any process and with any school year, we've had plan changes and a change in census. So that's tempered a bit. We've had a net increase of 3 more employees and some plan changes from single to family, people, new employees taking it, not qualifying for Husky, having a child, etc. And that those numbers are already included in the numbers that I shared with you. So there's no change to that. That was netted out of that, what that reduction would be. So I have a meeting tomorrow with Tom Handler. He serves as the liaison with the Board of Finance, and I will meet with him in advance of their next meeting so that I can apprise him of sort of our updated status in regards to the budget. I will, and I know next there's a BUBEC or a building committee, so in effort to avoid redundancy, I won't speak to anything there, but I will be here in case there's anything that I can add of value to that conversation, and I'm happy to pause and for any other questions you may have about my update or anything Beecher related that you may have.
Looking forward to the cupcake wars next week.
So I successfully avoided being a judge.
I'm impressed by your
I
judge
said,
slate.
so first someone said, well, I tried 36 cupcakes last year and I really didn't feel well. So that was one, but I said, wait. I'm brand new here and you want me to actually choose between children, right? I said, maybe in year 2. I said, right now I'm going to be there and I'm going to support and love everyone's cupcakes.
It's a great little
Yeah. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is our update that Superintendent Montini just mentioned, and this is Beecher Road School Infrastructure Upgrades and Building Committee Project Update. And Maria?
Sure. And I'm speaking to you tonight as the Board of Selectmen liaison to the Beecher Infrastructure Upgrade Building Committee. This evening, I'm bringing you an update on our committee work, the next steps, and the recommendation that the committee has voted on to bring to you. But just want to give you a quick recap of how we got here and how we got to this recommendation. Under the leadership of the last two Woodbridge Boards of Education and the board leadership, we've undertaken a comprehensive review of our district campus at Beecher on our educational programming and our population projections. And we would, in reviewing all of those, we brought to the town's attention that the district is facing three very distinct challenges. The first is that we do not have the appropriate classroom space, both in size and quantity, for our current students and our current educational programming. The second challenge is that we do not have the capacity to absorb the extra 100 to 150 students that are projected to enroll in our district within the next 6 years, and that's with current housing stock. And the third is that we have serious building concerns related to failing and end-of-life mechanicals and infrastructure. Additionally, this infrastructure is not energy efficient and not compliant with any ADA standards. This building committee, and before it, the Woodbridge Board of Education Ad Hoc Committee for Infrastructure and Space Planning, has been working since 2022 to study the depth of these challenges and all possible avenues for addressing them for the town and for the district. This building committee embarked on a comprehensive feasibility study and education specification study, which had previously been done in August of 2000. This committee was committed to respecting our history as we thoughtfully invest in our future. The challenges, those three challenges that we face today, are large, but they have been visited time and time again by our town. Just 3 years after the 1997 wing of the school was completed, the then Woodbridge Board of Education and superintendent embarked on another building committee in 2000 that also completed a comprehensive feasibility study and education specification study 3 years after that addition was put on. That study highlighted that there were still systems and infrastructure that were both in strain and unsatisfactory. The building exterior, insufficient classroom space and size, insufficient storage, and ADA compliance. Additionally, the building committee in the year 2000 also looked at early childhood education and preschool expansion, classroom expansion, and renovations to accommodate educational programming. In fact, in June of 2000, a proposal was brought forward and a grant application was filed for a new school on the campus to address all of those concerns. We're coming to you here 26 years later with even more immediate space and infrastructure concerns, and a building whose infrastructure is 26 years older than that first study in 2000. Building committees since 2000 did some excellent work for our district. After the tragedy at Sandy Hook, we ensured our students were safe and that the building had infrastructure to provide an extra safety and security for our students. And decade before the state required it, we put in HVAC in our system that improved the air quality of our school for our students, our faculty, and our administration. Their work was excellent. But as far as a comprehensive review of our infrastructure and our district and ensuring we can accommodate all of our residents and all of our students and the curriculum and programming that we have, this committee is the only committee in 26 years to look comprehensively at our campus and our programming. To that end, the Beecher Building Committee, at their joint meeting with the Woodbridge Board of Education on February 26th, made the following motion to recommend to the Board of Selectmen that they move to recommend option D3 as the concept design and related cost estimation to move forward for Connecticut Office of Grant Administration school construction grant application submission for the June 30th, 2026 deadline, provided the D3 revised concept plan remains the most cost-effective option. And that last sentence refers to the fact that we are, for completeness sake, reviewing our population projections once again, and are also looking to expand our preschool program. We understand that this is a large ask of our community. And as we have presented and discussed at our tri-board meetings, every other option to address these three challenges, including the option of not doing any building project, will cost the town more money and bring less value to our residents. The plan that the building committee considered maximizes the value and invests not only in our district, but in our town as a whole. Moving forward, we will be asking, this motion asks the Board of Selectmen to consider 3 resolutions at our April meeting, and will ultimately move this question forward to the residents of Woodbridge. In referendum, we will be asking our neighbors to vote to allow us to spend your tax dollars on this project, and we do not take that lightly. In fact, the building committee discussed at length that if we were going to ask for your permission to spend that money, we wanted to make sure that you understood we weren't just spending it, but we were reinvesting it in this town. We wanted to make sure that we were going to bring value to every resident in Woodbridge, regardless of whether they had a student in the school district or not. This final proposal not only solves the 3 challenges that we are facing, but invests in our town with early childhood education, expanded preschool programs, revenue streams, athletic fields, which all can serve to bring more people into our town that can partake in more of our business district while they're here by hosting lacrosse tournaments, baseball tournaments. So we can also bring value and bring more people to our business district with a plan that is put forward. So I thank you very much. That's our update. And April, I believe, is when there were 3 resolutions that need to be brought forward in order for the grant application to be brought forward to the state of Connecticut.
Thank you. Questions?
What is the next step for your building committee?
So this building committee with this recommendation has sort of turned this over to the Board of Selectmen. There's 3 resolutions that need to be passed. One is to create the building committee that would oversee the project, should it go through favorably in the grant application process and referendum. The second is to ensure that that the town agrees to fund the program should we get the grant application. And once those and the third is to call for a referendum.
And what is the role of the Woodbridge Board of Ed for this? I
The
had
Woodbridge
understood
Board-
you were going to the Woodbridge Board of Ed first.
The Woodbridge Board of Ed was responsible for approving the education specification study
Okay.
and the space matrix, and ensuring that the work that was done accurately reflects not only the goals and the values of the Board of Education, but also the education and programming and curriculum that was planned. So the role of the Board of Education is to approve that.
Will there, by next month, will we have the projections as far as the state aid associated with the project?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we have what we will be applying for.
Right.
So will we know the outcome of the grant application should the resolutions pass before the referendum?
No, likely not. But we would not be going forward unless we had that grant funding.
Okay.
It's such a large piece of that project.
Okay.
And some of the grant funding relates to preschool as well, that we're applying for.
It does. And again, that is something the programming and the implementation of would be under the purview of the Board of Education. Our job on the building committee was to build in the appropriate space for them to go ahead and make that decision.
Maria, you had mentioned a new population projection study being done.
An amendment to the study that was already done.
Can you speak to that?
Sure.
Yeah.
Since the last one was done, and the district gets these, approximately every year, we do have some approved housing in town. And so we wanted to make sure that we had some projections on that housing, and we were able to incorporate that into the space matrix and into the building.
Okay.
When you apply for the grant applications, there's units of measurement. For the state grants application, the state uses number of students as a unit of space measurement. So you might have noticed if you went through the space program, it says a classroom for 30 students. It doesn't mean we're going to put that number of students. It just means that's for the purposes of the grant application, that's their unit of measurement for square footage is people. And so we wanted to make sure that there was enough cushion in our square footage to make sure that we could accommodate what has now been approved in town.
And might the scope of work change dependent on those results?
The scope of work wouldn't
Meaning
change.
with the size of the footprint or?
Yes.
You would adjust, or?
And that would be
that
adjusted,
explored.
yes, and they're sort of
Okay.
all working on that.
Thank
Yep.
you.
And we initially went for the square footage, so this isn't a big jump, it's not like they have to
Sure.
redo everything. We started with a bigger number and lowered it over there, so they're just gonna go back to their other number.
And so just to make sure I'm clear,
Yeah.
and thank you, you said for approved projects, so, does this include though some of the housing growth goals that were included in the POCD or that new updated amended projection?
So we have asked them.
Okay.
We have asked them to look at that, and we have
Okay.
given them some
glad
guidelines
to hear
to
that.
make some projections on those numbers for the project. The housing bill that passed also offers an additional 5% reimbursement on a school construction project, on the entire project for housing expansion. So that amount is available to us, and we are working with our representative, Mary Lealander, for special legislation regarding that as well.
Is that contingent upon whether we opt into the regional plan or do our own?
No.
Okay. What about, I believe it's 10 million that we are still paying off our debt service for previous,
I'm unsure of the number, but yes,
Projects.
we are still paying off previous numbers.
is that, what happens to that if this goes through? And then one other question, and then I'll stop hogging the mic.
Yeah.
But you had mentioned, you all believe that this is the most cost effective relative to doing nothing would be more expensive.
Yes.
I would like to learn more about
Sure.
that, and over what time frame, and if Tony contributed to that. Yeah.
Sure.
That is hard for me to understand.
So the first question,
Was the 10 or so million, give or
Yes.
take, that we're
So
still
we-
paying off?
correct, and for the site work and for the roof, which we had to do because
Yeah.
it was,
Yes.
water was incurring on the school and was preventing children from being able to learn in the building. That's part of the reason why we undertook this comprehensive feasibility study on the entire campus. Because doing this one project at a time was preventing us from doing this work, because everyone's afraid of, well, we're gonna lose the money we just put in, and that is true. But we are fixing a building that is no longer serving us from an educational standpoint, and still has a lot of work that needs to be done. We are asking for special legislation for a waiver of the penalty for the state grant funding. They could penalize us some percentage points on the next grant for that money. We are asking for a waiver. There's precedent for that waiver being offered. But we did what we needed to do at the time for safety, security, for our air quality, and for our leaking roof and our water incursion. And we knew at the time of doing the water incursion and the roof that these studies were in process. But there were garbage cans in the kindergarten classrooms collecting rainwater. We had to take care of our students in the meantime. So we are asking the state for a waiver of the penalty for that. But yes, we would still owe that as well.
Thank you.
We have 7.2 million.
7.2, thank
Yep.
you for clarifying.
Okay.
And so, Tony, did you weigh in on, have you played any role in the cost, the
I-
finances of this?
As soon as we have the information on the grant and I have a better, clearer idea of what we have on the grant, I sort of started our debt profile and our sort of how that would work and how that would fit and impact our operating budget.
Okay,
That's the part that I've been working on.
okay.
And I'm
I
just
think to
waiting
your
for-
question, you were asking about the not doing a building project.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't.
So renovating the current infrastructure, bringing it up to ADA compliance. Some of it is 1960s, 1970s infrastructure. It cannot just be repaired, it has to be rebuilt. The remaining asbestos remediation, all of that. Over the next 20 years, that was estimated to be about 45 million that does not solve our space issues and our enrollment issues. In addition to that, and some of that money, some of that 45 would be, we could get grant funding for some of that. Oh, sure.
From the speakers in the room, so back there.
We could see grant funding for some of that, absolutely. However, that only would solve one of the 3 challenges we face, and we would still have to find classroom space for our, whoa.
Ask and you shall receive, Bonnie.
We would still have to find classroom space for our current students and our current curriculum, in addition to our additional students. And if that space was off-site, we would then have to staff that space with administrators and teachers and resource teachers as well. And that's a cost that was not factored into what the feasibility study found that needed to be replaced. So yes, we could get some grant funding for that 45 million over the next 20 years, but what's not factored in is how we're going to continue to educate the residents of Woodbridge. Thank you.
Oh, so may I ask a couple of questions? One of them is about the housing. When I have only looked at one summary of the housing bill, and I have another one right here, but my understanding is there's a distinction between doing what you're required to do under the plan and doing more from a perspective of housing. And I'd ask you to be sure to look at whether or not extra funds for education is linked to one or the other. Because I think that's could be a significant difference, distinction in the bill. The other is
There's nothing currently written under there now about which plan you would need to ascribe to.
Yeah. So I think that's a big question. I think that needs to be considered in any statement or caveat made in any statement about the potential for extra percentage of funding through the housing growth. The other thing is what I would be hope that we could have by April, which may mean that even before Tony is no longer officially administrative officer, that he be relieved of some duties so that he could give an update from the CERC 2019 report on the fiscal health and projections going forward, because I think it's important we know our baseline as well as knowing what the impacts would be. And it's important to know how we've been doing since 2019. So I really think we need a pretty substantial analysis. It's not a question of whether we want to pay for it, it's what would be the impacts to try and pay for it. And I think we need to look at that very closely. The other thing is I haven't heard you mention anything about going out to the public. And I had understood that the Board of Ed was going to be doing tours or presentations, but you, I believe, are saying that the Board of Ed doesn't have a role here. It goes straight to the Board of Selectmen. So what's going to happen in terms of giving our residents an opportunity to learn more about this and ask questions?
Certainly. Well, throughout this entire process, we have brought this to the people of Woodbridge. All of our meetings have been public. We have had several workshops, tours of the school. We have held information sessions for the public. We put A-frames all over town. We sent messages out. We built a separate part of our town website for people to link to for information, and we absolutely plan on continuing that. Especially, I think you've asked some wonderful questions here tonight. We've had residents of Woodbridge who have also asked me some very important questions, and I think if we're going to ask we're going to make such a big ask to our residents, they deserve all of the information. And so to that end, we are going to be working, the pre-referendum services are going to help us with that. We have a team that's going to help us get all of that information out to residents in flyers, in workshops, in community meetings and gatherings, and that's going to happen, from April through next September. So we will have ample opportunity to have engagement with the public, talk to them much more in depth than what I've presented to you tonight about what exactly are the concerns and the challenges, how all of the options that we've considered, why those are or not options, and what we are asking for in this project.
Well, I think as a representative of the community, I'd love to have some of that done before April, because I'd like to hear what the constituents have to say. I'd like to be able to participate in those presentations. It's very different to
I'm
present
sorry,
options.
a presentation to the Board of Ed? I mean, to the Board of Selectmen, or a
No,
presentation?
I'm saying have a workshop, explain to people what you're thinking about.
Sure, we have
because-
someone coming on board. The Board of Ed is considering a firm that's going to help us do that at their meeting on Monday. And once that group is on board to help us and help us put some material together and put all of our information together and give it out to the public, we're going to get that done, hopefully by the end of the month.
Okay, so you're saying the Board of Ed does have a role. Maybe that's what I'm confused
I
about.
never said the Board of Ed didn't have a role.
Yeah, but you said they don't vote on this. They're not going to recommend this to the Board of Selectmen before we hear about it? You said the building committee goes straight to the Board of Selectmen, as I
The
understood.
building committee was charged with making that recommendation.
Yeah,
So we did. The Board of Ed made the recommendation to have the building committee.
Right, I
And the
understand
Board of Ed had hired an owner's manager to help them throughout this process. And part of that owner's manager contract is pre-referendum services. And that's to help us communicate with the people of Woodbridge. And so we're going to go forward with that. And then, yes, we will have information to give out to the public, hopefully by the end of the month.
So is
And we're
that
going to
the,
start talking, more information. But all the tri-board meetings where these presentations happened are all recorded. They're all available on WGA TV for everyone to watch the full presentation if they'd like.
I think it's different for people to be able to hear what is the concrete the specific proposal and ask questions in
Yep.
that context. That's what I'm.
Yeah, and we had that exchange during our workshops that we had last January and February with the town, and those went very well. We had some great exchanges with the
Yeah,
community
yeah.
during those
I
workshops.
think there'll continue to be questions. What are the two legal questions? What are the parameters?
Can you bring your microphone closer?
Yeah.
And let me just make sure everyone's volume is working. Go ahead.
Okay. What are the legal parameters in terms of
Is she on?
speaking about
yeah,
the
she's
lights on?
Okay, you should be good.
I'm usually not soft-spoken, but what are the legal parameters in terms of communication for those of us sitting here at this table and the building committee and the Board of Ed? And also, I'm not asking for that tonight, but I'm asking that for April. And the other thing I'm asking for...
I don't know what you mean by that.
I would like to understand what the legal parameters are for communication with respect to a referendum, what limitations there are.
That might be for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You said we're going to meet in April. I'm trying to be helpful and express what some of my questions will be there. So one is, what are the legal implications of what we're allowed to talk about and not talk about? I know there's some limitations on advocating as you approach
once
a
the referendum
referendum,
is
and I would
yes.
like to understand that with respect to all the various
Yes.
parties. And the other thing that I would really like to understand is, what is the actual language? Are we asking the town to authorize $108 million in debt because we have not received grants? We don't know exactly what the grant number would be, or how does it work? What's the number? Or
So-
numbers? And
Yes.
because I think then, from a communications perspective, you need to explain to the public the ramifications of the different numbers.
Correct.
And correctly explain what it is you're asking them in terms of authorization for potential debt.
So what goes to referendum is the entire number, without any grant funding taken out of it.
Okay.
And then the communication piece is the grant money that we will have secured, and understand that one way we will know that is that it goes on the priority list for the state's budget for the following year.
All I can tell you is I wouldn't go into a loan saying you pay X
Well,
amount,
no, you
but
don't
we're
go
going
into
to
that.
apply. I mean,
Correct.
there needs to be
That's not
some
the
kind of
process.
language that's contingent on
Yeah.
X amount of grant funding at a minimum. And you're saying that there are various question marks about what level of grant funding we're going to get. So that's what I'm, it's
So that
it
will-
may make a difference to people
It
whether we
absolutely
get
does, right. And it's
60
what
million
wasn't-
or 70 million
Right.
we have to pay.
So, and that wasn't for this presentation tonight.
No, I'm just-
But for the.
And that's why I'm asking for
Correct.
that.
And so there is a process laid out by the Office of Grant Administration from the state, and we will be legally following that exact process. The number that goes out to referendum is the total number. And it will be our job, from the town, from the Board of Ed, to communicate very clearly to residents the total number, the grant funding that we are going after to defray that cost, how we in town plan on handling that debt service in the future with growth in our town, because that the debt service for this project is not going to hit us for 4 or 5 years. Even if the referendum does pass this year, there's a year of planning and architectural work, the building has to get built, et cetera. So how exactly that marches out for the town is something that we would need to communicate as well for everyone. And so, yes, all of that would need to be communicated very clearly beforehand, but the number that goes to referendum is the total number.
Okay.
And then what we communicate is the grant funding that we are going after to defray that cost.
Okay. And
To make certain that the residents understand specifically what we would actually be borrowing for. And obviously,
Right.
we borrow for what's the difference between the total amount and the grant funding that we do receive. It's consistent with, right now, there's a number of communities, nearby communities, who are also going through a process very similar to ours. And those, they're following the same, as Maria said, it's very specifically outlined as to how you have to approach this from a legal perspective and from a process perspective, and we'd be following the same things as they are. So if there's greater curiosity, there's certainly those who are doing it in front of us who we can take note from and understand that how the communication works and what legal implications there are associated with that as well.
So my intent is to be helpful. We've
Understand.
only been together for 2 months, but you know I ask a lot of questions. And I'm
think they're
trying
great
to
questions.
give you a heads up about some of my questions, so
That's great.
you're trying to make decisions in April, which is just around the corner. So before I would vote on any resolution, I would have to have all my questions answered.
Absolutely.
Keeping in mind, too, that this is a process that has been going on for quite some time, obviously prior to the recent election, so understanding that you have the questions and it's appropriate. But also, there has been a significant amount of information that has been already provided to the public, has been working with the public, and there will be significantly more that we still need to do.
Though we have not had the recommendation or the focus of this, largest scope of work, and I guess 3 resolutions, which I guess I'll see soon why there are 3. And
It's a resolution to create a building committee that would oversee
Okay.
the architectural work, a resolution that the town would take on their part minus the grant funding, and a resolution to approve the grant application.
That second resolution is obviously if it passes referendum.
Correct.
So-
Right. And I would just say, like Amy expressed, it would be so helpful for me in order to consider those resolutions, to hear from Tony the how this could be pursued financially and the impacts over the short and long term. I just don't know how you move forward with a resolution of this significance without that.
It's something that Tony has been working on in terms of making sure that that's the case. When we come, our intent, and that's the reason I asked if we'll have the details as relates to the grants, because that's really, we have most of the information. There are some tweaks in regards to what Maria outlined as far as the square footage and things of that nature, in terms of certain areas that might impact the overall, but we have been provided the different options and the cost of the various options, including the option that the Board of Education is recommending.
Yes.
So we have those numbers, so we have a starting spot where Tony can now start working on and identifying very clearly what the implication, as you said, Amy, which is very important for us to understand over the course of the number of years that this is going to be impact on us.
We have to look at this from, one, from the grant perspective and trying to take this burden off of the taxpayers, but also from a growth perspective. I mean, we have neighboring towns that are building elementary schools for some of the same reasons that we are, and their debt service is budget neutral because they've had some growth in town, particularly, with businesses and with some housing. So
Economic
there's a
growth.
way to look at
Yes.
this,
Yes.
we have a challenge from both perspectives. We have to invest in our infrastructure in town. We also have to find a way to make sure that we can responsibly cover those debts.
So one other question, what are the length of the number of years for a bond for school construction? Because what
I
are
believe
they,
we've historically done 20.
20? Okay, because one of the things I realized about the bonding we've been contemplating for this year's budget is that there are different probably timeframes for those bonds.
Well, so typically you try to match the bonds with the life expectancy
Right.
of the work. So if like when we do a radio system, for instance, we did it for 10 years.
Right.
But for this project, we would do 20. But you can do bond length, anything up to 20. There's sometimes special legislation above that, I think. But, so.
No doubt we'll be talking more about this at a future meeting. And I see that we have a number of people here, likely here for public comment. Right.
Just prior to public comment, I just wanted to see about us taking it. If we're all okay with it, I'd just like to take a, I'm sorry?
I'm going to stay for public comment.
Okay, yes. So we will move into public comment at this point in time. If everyone's
Thank you, Maria.
good?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Thank you
I
very much.
Thank you for the great and thoughtful questions, and we make sure that we have that information, and we're working very hard to get all of that information to all of our residents in Woodbridge. It's
You've
incredibly
undoubtedly
important.
been working hard.
More to come.
Yep.
Next item on the agenda is our public comment, and the board invites members of the public to step forward for public comment. Speakers are asked to state their full name and address for the record, and try to limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The board may limit the total amount of time allotted for public comment or on any single item or topic to ensure the meeting runs efficiently. Comments should be made in a respectful and orderly manner. The board does not engage in dialogue or respond to public comment at the time that they are offered. Matters raised may be referred to town staff for review, placed on a future agenda, or otherwise addressed by the board as appropriate. So with that, I will open the floor for public comment.
Yes, how you doing? Darius Iwaskowitz, 27 Beecher Road. Nice to see everybody here on this nice spring day. Well, not spring yet. I'm handing in a request to go over what was spoken about in the January 14th Board of Selectmen meeting in regards to 110 and 114 Luciani Road. I've written up a little synopsis of, what I heard at the meeting, and I'd like to have an opportunity, to engage the selectmen on, whatever the concerns may be. I've also attached some complaints regarding to these properties as to we've gotten plenty of complaints, but there was no result of any of it. So I want to clear the air on that. And then also I did file 2 complaints against the complainers, which the zoning department is currently looking into. So I'll hand that in for 110 and 114. As to 27 Beecher Road, I've raised some safety concerns with Beecher School, the first selectman, the police chief, and they've all responded quickly and professionally. It's very nice to see. Beecher Road, our house gets lit up by the lights on the school and the parking lot. So they've been trying to fix that issue. They haven't done it yet. The one-way exit, actually, everybody keeps using it as a two-way, and it's creating a safety concern. And then the speeding is way out of control at all different times. There is a sign there, but the house shakes in the middle of the night when the trucks come by. And then the garbage collection has been happening at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, again, which Donna and Vito are the ones at Beecher Road School. Donna had reached out to the garbage company, and they're supposed to take care of it. Police Chief Smith gave me a litany of things he's going to do, increase speed enforcement, a speed trailer, but that's been there before. I suggested I'll give them permission to park in my driveway so they're more concealed, and they could write tickets and make a lot of money. And then, so everybody's been great. I would just want to make some comments that, the school is going to be updated. I know these issues will be addressed, but I don't see any signage. Like usually in the school zone, there's many signs as you approach. We really just have them on the ends of the road, when you come in from Rimmon or Ansonia. And then speed bumps. I think speed bumps, 4 or 5 of them potentially, because of the span between the driveways, would eliminate that, the trucks especially that are, big. And school bus, everybody gets caught at that speed. There's a speed sign there. And it's awkward because I check my mail, and again, everybody speeds over there. Doesn't matter if it's a school bus or a garbage truck. So again, thank you for your time. I look forward to hearing more about the improvements at the school. And again, thank you everybody involved that helped address the issues that I brought forward already.
Thank you.
All right.
I will stand correspondence folder.
Thank you.
along.
Is there anyone else for public comment?
Good evening. My name is Ann Herlihy. I live at 301 Old Amity Road, and I'm a member of All In for Woodbridge. All In for Woodbridge is an alliance of town residents who have come together over the past 2 years. After thoughtful review of issues in our town, we decided we could bring value by focusing our working together with our neighbors to create a connected and informed community where everyone belongs and every voice matters. The Community and Cultural Center seemed the perfect first initiative for us, as we concluded that the purpose, the space, and the programming could create an experience of community and be a way for residents to become more connected. All In for Woodbridge held a community gathering for residents and businesses in November of 2025. An enthusiastic group of more than 40 town residents voiced their hopes, desires, and expectations for the Community and Cultural Center. These ideas are written up and included in the packet for this evening. The categories of the ideas cross multiple topics, one being community and social connections, such as intergenerational events and activities for all age groups. A second, a cafe for people to gather, meet their friends, wait for their children to finish their activities. Number 3, arts and culture, such as open mic nights, karaoke, place for artists, writers, poets to collaborate. 4, a resource for town information and services, a sort of welcome center for new residents, and a repository for all town information. 5, youth and families, a safe place for children to hang out with their friends. And 6, physical activities, such as exercise and dance classes. The group of people who attended the gathering in November suggested that we learn from other towns. So over the winter, All In for Woodbridge members conducted interviews with 7 community centers in surrounding towns. We gathered great information about how the centers operate, and we summarized that information in your packet this evening as well. Last week, we held a second community gathering to share with residents what we had learned from other community centers. Some of the operational aspects that resonated with the attendees of the second gathering included common hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. There's a person in charge who is running the community center and the programming. Residents from the surrounding towns would be welcome. Fees are charged for room rental and other activities so that revenue would be generated. And there would be marketing and centralized information for sharing the information, which would be key. The hope of our group is that by reading what we share with you, the enthusiasm and excitement about the Community and Cultural Center will be more than apparent, and it will be helpful information when decisions are made. The Community and Cultural Center is one of the greatest opportunities for our town to create a connected and informed community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Laura Ferrante Fernandez, Evergreen Drive. To all my fellow select people and first selectmen, and all our neighbors and friends who volunteer, we appreciate you and commend you for all that you do. Thank you for all that you have accomplished in an effort to bring our town together so that everyone enjoys the community that we currently live in, as well as the one that we are envisioning. Alexander Graham Bell once stated, "Sometimes we stare so long at a door that is closing that we see too late the one that is open." I say this since we've been trying to renovate and repurpose the old firehouse since I was on the Board of Selectmen from 2005 to 2011. I remember a few of you. The Community and Cultural Center will finally be able to open soon, and the renovations have been funded and paid for by all state grants. That is tremendous. We thank you for your tenacious work to acquire these monies. Now is the time to respectfully ask that the center be opened with furniture and with an operating budget, as well as a person hired to be in charge, so that our community and cultural center can hit the ground running with programs, an operational cafe, and experiences created to bring people together. We have shared with you the broader community, the information we have been able to gather from residents and other community centers in our region. There is great enthusiasm, excitement, and expectations for the role that the community center, cultural center can play in Woodbridge. We would also like to suggest the creation of an ongoing advisory committee to guide the running of the community and cultural center. Perhaps be a source of volunteers to assist with the programming and operational hours, and to make sure that the community and cultural center fulfills its ability to be an integrative opportunity as well as become the heartbeat of the town. Harriet Tubman once said, "Every great dream begins with a dreamer." Let's all be dreamers, work for the good of the community. Let's get it done. Together, we can do it. I would like to recognize our All In for Woodbridge members who are here this evening. Please raise your hands. And thank you for your commitment to building a connected and informed community. All In for Woodbridge would welcome ideas from you for future projects, which would further our mission to build a connected and informed community. There may be other members of the public attending this evening who would like to give comment on this topic tonight also. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
I'm Karen Lucan. I'm on the board of the Amity Teen Center, and I went to my first meeting with All In with Woodbridge. I think I got the name right. And I went because I was concerned that there might be some redundancy with the Amity Teen Center. And it didn't take me very long to find out that this group was so hardworking, did their homework. They had a poster on the wall of all the nonprofits, and I learned that they had started to look into them and that they were going to community centers around the state, and I was so impressed with their work, and I left getting very excited about the idea of augmenting what the teen center does and augmenting what the other programs are and having space for new programs, and I left very excited by their work, and I want to say thank you very much for changing my mind. I am not at all concerned about redundancy or their work. I'm very excited about it, and I hope that you support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alexander Griffin. I live at 12 Prospect Court. Me and my wife and family are relatively new members of the Woodbridge community. We've been here about 7 months.
Welcome.
And we have loved every second of it. We're very grateful to be here. We can honestly say that we have the best neighbors that we've ever had in our married life have been here in Connecticut. For the reasons I think that make this town great is that people who live here are here to serve a common good and build community, build good schools, and try to be responsible citizens. I wanted to throw in my voice as a parent because in years of community activism that I've participated in, parents are obviously underrepresented because meetings in the afternoons and during times when children are getting ready for bed, the needs of children can often get overlooked. And so I wanted to express my appreciation for this opportunity and for all of you doing the work here and working hard on these issues. And I want to throw my hat in the ring in the discussion about the community center, in that Woodbridge has many great things. We have excellent schools, but one of the things that we tend to lack is a meeting space for children of all ages. Children often have to travel great distances for sports outside of the Amity sports system, and therapy if they need it, other exercise, or even playing together. There's not a lot of places here, particularly in the winter, where you have to travel outside. So it's clear that we need additional spaces of this type, and that what we do have here in Woodbridge is not sufficient. We have the JCC, which is excellent, but time and cost can be prohibitive. And having additional local options here in Woodbridge would benefit families tremendously. Something else I'd like to point out is that because of our excellent schools, we have a number of children here far overrepresented compared to the population in general in Connecticut, who are neuroatypical and have sensory issues, have other special needs, that have to, again, travel a great distance to access items like that could be fulfilled for low cost in a community center such as this, and still be multi-purpose and be usable by other children in general. We, having had the discussion with our neighbors along our street, who you know, there are several children, having a discussion with the Woodbridge All-In group. I, again, mirror what they are saying is that, you know, our ask is that you put together a good budget, hire someone specifically to manage this, that we can begin to implement these programs, and then hopefully look for ways that this can be self-sustaining. There are communities around us in Orange and Bethany who also have similar issues that you know, may be able to invest in or pay fees or whatever to kind of make this be something we can sustain long term. You know, I know for me and my wife, we would use this center with our children. We would invite other families to come be with us, and that, you know, intergenerational interactions, you know, unfortunately my children aren't often meeting with the older folks in our neighborhood unless we invite them to something at our house. And so we lack that space, particularly in the winter. So I would fully encourage that we, you know, continue through this process and make this something usable that can affect real change and serve a need that's underserved in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody timed themselves before they came.
Because
you've all been 5 seconds short of my 3 minutes.
Would anyone else like to make public comment?
Every single one of them.
I didn't start talking yet. Okay, real quick. Bob Hill, 68 Acorn Hill Road. First of all, I want to thank the board here for my unanimous nomination to the Economic Development Board. And I know, Lauren, you weren't here, but I'm sure you would have voted for me too. Okay.
Thank you for volunteering.
Yeah. And based on everything I'm hearing here tonight, got the work cut out for us here. There's a lot to be done, and Amika, as you've seen, I've really been a lot more visible in a lot of places, trying to learn more about what needs to happen. I'll be at the cupcake thing tomorrow morning at the Hilton, and a couple other things to attend to. So thank you for that. It also speaks to a spirit of the way the town once operated. Okay, I spent yesterday about 4 hours in downstairs looking through minutes, and it was interesting. One of the suggestions I've made here a number of times is at the following meeting or before public comment to actually respond to some of the questions from the previous meeting. And it was surprising when I went through some of the minutes from 30 years ago, there was actually interchange back and forth. And I know that doesn't always work, because of that, but you know, we're starting to head down some good paths in that way in terms of the way we work together, which is good, because we have a lot of challenges ahead of us. So it was interesting hearing the Boy Scout earlier with the bat houses. I can remember my son making a bat house back when he was in Scouts. So by the way, as you count the classrooms, Maria, there is an additional classroom at Beecher that's outside as you drive down Beecher Road on the right. My son built that outdoor classroom. That was his Eagle Scout project, okay? Hopefully you saved that. I'm sure he'll be upset if that goes away, all right? So the only other thing that I'm really gonna mention here tonight is and Mika, I mentioned it earlier this morning with the coffee and conversation that we had, which was good at the over at the Senior Cafe, Center Cafe, which was good. It was a nice discussion. Maria, I'm sure that the building committee has done everything they can to go through due diligence and communication with the meetings. Unfortunately, up until a couple days ago, wasn't even on my radar, okay? And I'm sure, you know, the parents, the kids in the school, you're more engaged with it there, okay? At this point, now that it's gonna hit us, even though you've already gone through that process, you're gonna need to now, and this is what I mentioned to Mika this morning, you're gonna need to go through the process that you went through. And I know it's gonna be painstaking, but you're gonna need to go through that piece by piece by piece so that people understand why that was the best solution, okay? And, you know, really the key things around that would be, what's the capacity? Is the capacity being greater than what we currently have or not? You know, the grants, that was, I heard you all talking about that, that's fine. 10 years ago, I think we renovated the building to new. I guess it wasn't so new, okay? And, you know, a lot of education is going to need to take place here. And I know it's going to be frustrating, but, you know, that's what we're going to need to do to bring people along in the process. So thank you for the work that you all do. And, Karen, what do you mean? Next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
3 minutes?
No. But you are less than 2 minutes over, so I'll take it.
Would anyone else like to make public comment? Is there anyone else that would like to step up?
Could you state your name and your address, please, sir?
I'll bet I beat Bob, but that's just because I'm slow. Yeah. My name is Dave Vogel. I'm at 1108 Johnson Road and lived here for 28 years. I'm currently the chair of the Republican Town Committee, but I'm not here to represent anything that those people think. And these are my views only. And I have nothing to say about any of the great comments that have gone on before either. But it's been a joy sitting on this end and watching you guys sweat it out. And I hope you will be generous with your 3-minute timer, because I'm going to be slow. But I have one issue. And what you may not know about me is that I grew up in Missouri, the Show Me State. And we've had one president from Missouri, the Democrat Harry Truman, a really good guy. And I didn't really know him. I think I was 3 years old when he left office. But by reputation, the main thing about Harry was that sign on his desk that said, "The buck stops here." And it was really a symbol, you know, just kind of a Midwestern sort of common sense approach to the world, that the responsibility of leadership is awesome. And it ends right at the top. And here in Woodbridge, you guys have been invested with that leadership by virtue of our charter. And I just want to thank you for that, because I know you work hard. I really know you work hard. And I think you deserve a lot of accolades for all of that. But in our charter, it ensures through our election process, particularly of the board, a minority representation. And this is where Steve can roll his eyes. But that's not really my whole point here today. That was why we have our Democrat friends over here with Lauren and Maria and Steve, all Democrats elected on row A, the Democrat line on our ballot, and my friends Andrea, unaffiliated, and Amy, a Republican, were elected on our line B, the Republican line, and we guarantee that in our election process. It's enshrined in there, and I think it's rather elegant. Our state does it a little bit differently, and that's understandable. They have here in section 9-167A under elections, minority representation, and it says, I'll quote, "except as provided in subdivision 2 of this subsection," which doesn't apply to us really. The maximum number of members of any board, commission, legislative body, committee, or similar body of the state or any political subdivision thereof, whether elective or appointive, who may be members of the same political party shall be specified in the following table. And basically it says that nobody can have all one party in any board or commission. And so we're getting down to my point, which is the state's a little bit different because, you know, they're a political body and all they care about is Democrats and Republicans. Those are the two big registered parties, so you can't be all Democrats, you can't be all Republicans. That's what they're saying. And I came across this, or it has been pointed out to me, that in Section 8-3 of our charter, the same charter that authorizes and gives you the awesome responsibility of governing our town, we have other elected officials and boards. A, Regional Board of Education. Point 1, so long as the town shall participate in Regional High School District Number 5, the town shall elect at each regular town election members to the Regional Board of Education thereof in accordance with the general statutes or special acts. Okay, fine. We're having an election. 2, whether or not otherwise required by law, the principle of the minority representation provisions of Section 9-167A of the general statutes, that was what I just read, shall be applied to the election of the town's members to the Regional Board of Education. Now, some way or another, probably because we have 4-year terms and we elect 2 every 2 years, we've missed that in the last, since I've been around, at least 4 years, we haven't followed that. And we right now have, I guess in my terms, I guess I would say in violation of the charter, appointed 4 Democrats to that regional board. Whereas our charter requires us, when looking at 167, whatever it is, 9-167A, that would require in a board of 4 that only 3 can be of one party. So we don't really have a fully seated group for the Amity Board of Education from our town that is legitimized by our charter. And when I look at that, I think, well, we've got a vacancy because our charter doesn't allow what we have attempted to do. Somehow it's water over the dam. But we've missed it in the last few elections, and I'm sure that it's hard to figure out when you need to put your minority person in when you elect 2 one election and 2 the other election. But I'm not here to point fingers or cast blame or figure out how to fix it. That's between you and Harry Truman. But what I am here for, and this is not just me speaking, but in my role as the chair of the Republican Town Committee, because we would normally in row B have had a person elected to this town because it's 3-1. We stand ready with our nominating committee to give you a very qualified and excellent person to fill that spot that now I would say is actually technically vacant. So thank you for more than 3 minutes and my apologies. Do you miss me?
We do.
I would have started playing like
I do miss
you.
you.
Song if it went,
Would anyone else like to come forward for public comment? Anyone else step forward for public comment? Any more public comment? Well, I thank everyone for the comments that you've made and for coming in and participating in your government. So thank you very much for that.
is online.
Okay, we're going to take a quick 2-minute
We have to
break
set up the screen.
so we can set up the screen and get ready for it. Randy Frank is much. We're gonna
For that purpose.
come back from a short recess that we had and move on with our next item on the agenda. Or actually, what I'd like to do is, I'd like to make a motion that we amend the agenda and move Tony's report off to allow us to move forward with Randy Frank and the executive search firm with regard to our administrative officer. I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Any thoughts, any discussions? All in favor? Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Just to bring attention, Maria did need to leave, so she will not be returning.
She said she would check in remotely for the
Perfect.
remainder.
And with that, then we'll move
bit of
on to the
transit.
executive search firm with Randy Frank, the principal, here on the phone with us. Randy, I thank you very much for taking the time and being patient with us as we got together here. But I thought it was important that we introduce you, that you get introduced to the board. I know you'll be talking to all of us if you haven't spoken to some folks already. And we are scheduling things, so I thought you might be able to provide us some background and some information in regards to what we're looking to do here. So.
Thank you. I wanted to just give you a background about myself and my company. I've been in business for 25 years. Most of my, you can get rid of the other Randy Frank if that's causing a problem of the background. Echoing.
We don't hear echo.
Nope, you're good.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Just me. So I've done a number of executive searches all over Connecticut, the United States. Been doing this for 25 years. Before that, I was an assistant town manager in Rocky Hill and Cheshire. I currently live in Louisville, Kentucky. My husband got a job here and I can do my work from the computer. I do have a number of my team members that live in Connecticut, and two of them at the moment, Georgianne Lucier and Lee Palmer, will be at your offices on the 16th and the 17th to talk to the department head. And I've been set the interviews with myself and my partner, Bob Slavin, for Zoom meetings with member of the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance. And Micah gave me 4 different board chairs that I'll talk to. So hopefully I will get everybody, and I apologize to Andrea, I think it was.
Yes, no
I had
problem,
a long
Randy.
Email.
We're all
I just
good.
sent it again.
I saw. I'll follow up soon.
And our process of meeting with the stakeholders is getting to understand the organization. I won't take on this kind of search without knowing the organization. And the Board of Finance, Board of Selectmen are the ones that, well, the Board of Selectmen are going to be the appointing power. And this position will be working with you a lot, and also the Board of Finance. Want to make sure that we understand what we're looking for, what are the issues coming up for the administrative officer. And we also talk to the department heads to understand how the departments work, because even though someone says I'm a public works director, doesn't mean they do the same as every other public works director. We want to be able to tell that information to our clients, candidates, and we put all that information to a profile that will get approved by the town. Then once we do that, we'll show you the advertisement information. I think I've already sent a list to Tony to see if is with approval. We'll advertise with the profile, and we'll send out this profile to hundreds of people that would be qualified for this position. Because we've been doing this a long time, we know where to find the right people. And because we've done a number of searches in Connecticut, people know of us. We'll have profile on our website, Bob Sladen's website, and we'll put it on the website so people know to send their resume. The advantage of the executive search is they can talk to us before they put in a resume. Make sure that they're comfortable with what the job is all about, the salary, the benefits, those kinds of things. Once we have all the resumes, we review them based on the profile, take those top candidates and ask them to fill out a questionnaire. We create that questionnaire and get approved by the town based on the top issues that are important to you. So once we have the resumes and questionnaires, we'll give you a semi-final list, tell you all about those candidates because we will have talked with all of them and talk about the next step for interviews. There's a number of options for interviews. One of the things I've been doing lately to reduce costs is a recorded Zoom interview. It's 10 minutes, everyone gets the same questions, and then you can tell which candidates you want to bring in, spend the money to bring them to Woodbridge. Of course, we will talk to them about the state of Connecticut, the region, make sure looked at the cost of living in Connecticut, if not Connecticut. And once you decide which other candidates you want to come in for an interview, we have a number of options of how to do those interviews. We can do a meeting like this, where we are in executive session with you, and so have them meet department heads so they can ask questions about the organization, give them a tour of the community, and there's other ways to do those kinds of interviews. We'll be able to talk about that once we have the number of candidates and the type of candidate that you have, whether they're from out of Connecticut or inside Connecticut. The candidates from Connecticut have to drive to Woodbridge and check it out before they come. But we'll have that conversation once we have the top candidate for you. Any questions?
I have a question. So my first question is really about the candidate pool that you're talking about. For example, I was wondering whether you would be planning to advertise on CCM. That's the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. They do hiring. I would actually think that any candidate would have a leg up if they're actually already familiar with the particulars of, say, HR, legal requirements in Connecticut. There's federal requirements, but there are also state-specific ones. So how do you go about analyzing, first of all, advertising from that perspective, and second of all, analyzing candidates? Let me run through a couple of others because you can choose how to do this, but I'm really surprised to hear that you would only present us with semifinalists. Do you really mean just 2?
No. Semifinalists will be a list.
Okay.
And then you can decide who will be your finalist.
So how many do you anticipate on us?
It could be 5, it could be 10.
Okay.
And then you decide how many you want to interview person to person.
Okay, and then from all the government jobs I've had, I always had to pay my own way to go to the interview. So I'm surprised you're saying that we would have to fund somebody to come. Is that truly the practice now?
Yes.
Can we require virtual?
Or at
Yes,
least,
you can do virtual. We've done many virtuals.
I'd like some verification that really is necessary for a job at this level. I mean, it's not going to be paying, $500,000.
Well,
And
if
Randy,
not
correct,
from Connecticut, and you're not willing to pay for them to come in for a face-to-face interview, they may say, no, thank you.
and vice versa, if, I mean, that's also up to us. If we have candidates and you present us with candidates who on paper look like and based on your input, and they happen to be from California, we also have the opportunity to say, well, we've got 5 others that are closer, and we don't have that issue, so we don't have to go forward with that. So it really depends. I mean,
Yeah.
in my sense
A lot
is.
of the candidates want to come back to New England if they're not from the area. And I make sure, especially with California candidates, that they understand the cost of living and what local government is in Connecticut.
I believe we could always do a first interview virtually.
Right.
I would hate to pay for someone to come out and have it be,
Right.
despite what they look like on paper, and then have it be an unimpressive or candidate. So perhaps we could come up with some type of agreement where if that's the case, we can do an initial round of interviews to vet them virtually.
Keep in mind, Randy said that we would decide what the quote-unquote semifinalist pool would be.
Okay.
And we'd only really start interviewing from that pool. So if
no
it's a group
interviews
of
take
10.
place before,
So,
like to
well,
generate
they
that
do
list?
that's what they bring to the table in terms of identifying candidates after having done all of the legwork that they're doing and understanding of the town, understanding of the people in the town. At that point, you identify who you feel are the ones who would fit and who would be able to, you feel we would want to see and speak with. And that could be 10 people is a lot, it's a large pool, you know what I mean? So if we whittle down from there at that point in time, we're making those choices and deciding how we want to make that happen.
I would think we would want finalists to visit our town.
I agree.
Correct. You could do all of your candidates virtually, even if they're from Connecticut. Decide which ones you like, or just narrow it down to 1, maybe 2 that you want to see face to face. And the other thing that I'll do is I'll have one of my sub-consultants from Connecticut sit with you while you do the interviews so they can help you with the process when you do it virtually.
So Randy, when was the last time you assisted with an administrative officer position in Connecticut?
We did, Weston was a town administrator, works directly for the first selectman and the board of selectmen. However, they only have 3 board of selectmen. And then Darien is also a town administrator, bigger community. I think they have 5 board members in their selectmen and work for the first selectman.
When was that though, Amy asked?
You also asked about CCM.
I'm sorry, Randy, before you go forward, I'm sorry, not to interrupt.
Yeah, let her
They
finish.
have to have the town send that advertisement. I would give them that because they won't take it from an outside person.
Right.
But the town would be able to.
Advertise, oh yeah, okay.
Well, you had asked when.
When?
Yeah, when did you do Darien and Weston?
Darien was 24, 25, and Weston was probably 23, 24.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm curious if there was a lot of applicants. I'm just trying to get a sense of how many people are out there for this sort of job. Was there without getting into the details, was there a broad applicant pool for these sorts of things? I don't know if that's something you can share, but I'm sort of curious.
Not anymore. It's the same for any of your positions. If you're looking for an HR director or a public works director or any of the municipal department heads, finance directors are hard. Building officials are hard. Assessors are also very hard. But an administrative officer, we're seeing about 20 applications. We used to get a lot more. And some are almost ready for position, some have been through a similar position. We will, and we can show you all the job descriptions if you, all the resumes if you want to see them. And then you'll see what we think are the top candidates.
And what is your sense of your timing for this whole thing?
Okay.
You know, step by step.
Once we get done with all of these conversations, we'll put together a profile at the end of the month, hopefully, and get that approved. Then we'll start the recruitment process. We usually put the position out there for 3 weeks, if not 4 weeks, and tell people when they should get their stuff in, but we keep it open in case somebody puts a resume in last minute. And we do get a lot of last minute resumes when they see the date. And once we have those, it should take us a week or 2 to get you a semi-finalist list of, you know, anywhere from 5 to 10 candidates. And then we'll have a meeting. We call that our progress report. And then we can move to figuring out which seem to fit you after you've read their resume, heard our conversations, seen their questionnaire. And then we'll do the backgrounds, the references, and set up a interview process.
So Randy, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So we're looking at June, July timeframe, or, you know, June timeframe, if I'm,
At best.
if I'm understanding what you just said correctly. We're looking at like,
Say, who is the higher?
no. I said, so based on what you just outlined, we're looking at, if I was to look at the timeline, I would look at maybe June, closer to July, in terms of having somebody in place, so to speak.
I think it'd be July.
And my contract says I will be here until you find the candidate you want.
So, Randy, can you just clarify when you say you come back with a couple candidates or a profile gets approved? Is that approved, like, just so I understand and can manage my expectations, is that approved by Mika? Is that approved by the full board? Or is that a better question for you, Mika?
It depends on how you do it, Randy. If you're doing it like you're sending us and then we're looking for input, we can do it that way, which is the way we've done it in other situations of, not that we've done this before, but something similar. So from that perspective, I would expect the board to have input on it.
Okay.
Andrea, is what it boils down to. And when you say profile, you are talking about a job description, what I refer to as job description, correct?
Right, if you go on my website, you'll see it's more than a job description. It talks about the community.
Okay.
It talks about the position.
Okay.
Talks about the issues, characteristics of an ideal candidate, the compensation and benefits, all those kinds of things, how to apply. It's anywhere from 6 to 8 pages.
Thank you.
Maria, I see Maria's got her hand up. Thank you. Maria, are you, looks like you, yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mika. I do have a question, Randy. After we go through this process and hopefully find a great candidate for this position that will work well for the town, does your company offer us any type of, guarantee, like that the person would, after this search, the person will be in that position for 2 years or some kind of time frame in which you would then help us again find someone to fill that position?
Correct. We will fill the position again and work on it again for no extra fee, just the expenses like advertising and backgrounds. If they leave before a year. And another thing that we offer is once you have the person on board for a number of months, we can come back and do a goal setting session with you and the new candidate so that you have some items to do a performance evaluation about them, if you want to do that.
Consider yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes.
Consider we would, Randy, thank you.
And is that for no extra fee also?
Yeah, it's part
Okay.
of the fee.
Excellent. Can you speak to whether, when it comes time to interviewing, and again, I'm not certain if this is a town choice or a you consultant choice, but if there's an interview panel, who develops the interview questions? And I guess through the profile review is how we would fine tune, I guess, like the preferred qualifications. Okay.
Correct. And Mika also asked me to write a job description, so you have one when a new person comes in, since you don't have one. And that will be easy after I talk to all of you. In the sense of the interviews, I have a list of probably 40 questions that you could pick that you might like, and of course you can come up with some as long as they're not illegal. I expect you to interview them as a panel.
Okay.
If you want other panels, we can do that also.
Thank you.
All right, Randy, seeing no more questions, I thank you very much for your time. It's been very helpful. It really helps to understand the process. We're looking forward to it. Obviously, just in, Andrea, to some of your questions, one of the things we do want to be here is expedient.
Yeah.
So we'll consider that as we move forward with the overall process. And we're really looking forward to the entire process. I'm just looking forward to being interviewed myself, to see how that goes, and thank you very much. I really appreciate your time, and looking forward to working with you.
I'll be talking to all of you.
So,
Thank you, Randy.
thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
Well, Mika, in terms of expediency, for something like a profile or something of the town, we could look at it individually and just send back comments. We
Agreed.
don't
And that's basically,
Folder on your SharePoint specifically for this, with any documents for you guys to review, and then individually email feedback, so there's not like the.
and what I was referring to earlier when I said we've done something similar is what we did with the CCW, in terms of Karen coordinating the input. So rather than us communicating with one another, something would go out to all of us, and we would each individually send the input to Karen, in this case Allison, who would then send it to the consultant so that they can be prepared for, to do any adjustments or any amendments or edits that might need to take place. So we will work that out so that we can.
Depending on the state of it, we might have to collect all the comments and then send it out to everybody saying, does this now look good? I mean, because we won't know what other people were saying, and they might disagree, there
Right.
just could be.
They go over it. What we do is at the next session, and it'll depend on the the expedience. And we also, yes, so I understand what you're saying.
I mean, I did a search for a music director for NHSO, and what you're looking for is a very important piece, and
Right.
it takes some time. So.
That's why we have help.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have a good foundation.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, but that'll make all the difference.
Yeah.
It will.
Again, thank you, Randy. Anything else?
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
Take care. On our next item on the agenda, we'll move forward with the stay in order for this moment, and we will,
But I did.
it's an executive session, well, no, we're gonna do executive session with Sean here now.
But the lawyer won't be here till 7:30. Doug. is calling
Thank
at
you.
7:30.
So we'll go with Tony. Thank you. Administrative Officer and Director of Finance report. Mr. Flexibility.
February 2026. It's essentially slight surplus, but we're essentially would be an $800,000 decrease to our fund balance, which is what we put in the budget. So
I'm sorry, is this a monthly report?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's essentially we're on budget, I guess, the long and short of it. And so our fund balance would be at $9 million, or just under 15% of our annual expenses, which is essentially what we planned in the budget process. Some highlights: intergovernmental revenues, we experienced a surplus of $158,000. This is new from last month. Two items that came in that were not anticipated when we created the budget. One was special education excess cost, which is additional $80,000 over our budget. In town road aid funds, or town aid road, changing the title of that, totaling about $80,000 additional than what we had in the budget. So, so that's additional revenue for us there. Our charge for services have a shortfall of about $160,000. This is similar to last month. $68,000 in lost revenue from the Child Center, shortfall in the transfer station fees, and a slight deficits in recreation fees and senior fees. There was an item last month on here which was additional revenue from the City of New Haven, but as it turns out, the Board of Education had recorded that as a receivable on their books, so we had to give that money to them.
Tony, the recreation and senior fees, those are basically $10,000 short of what we projected when we did the budget last time.
Correct. Yeah.
In terms of where we are now, where we should be year to date.
No, I'm forecasting through the rest of the year.
Through the rest of the year. Thank you.
In all these cases, I forecast through the rest of the year what I anticipate will come in based on trends, and not only trend from prior years, but what I've seen in the current year.
Tony, can you help me understand that Board of Ed
Certainly.
situation?
So basically what happened was we received the money after the close of the fiscal year. So the if it relates to the prior year, you could book that as a receivable. Receivable means that it's included in revenue as in the prior year, but as of the end of the year, you have not received it yet. So you are anticipating receiving it, so you can record it as a revenue in the prior year. Our previous auditor, he was very strict on the rules for receivable funds, and so they would not let us carry those funds forward unless you actually received the money 60 days after the close of the year. Didn't matter the circumstances, didn't matter who was paying it, they were very strict. Our current auditor has a more broad view of it, and there's a lot of other factors that go into it, including where the money's coming from and what it's for. And so in this particular case, it came in a little later, and they allowed us to record that as a receivable. That was the disconnect, which is why I thought they were doing it under the old rule, but they did it under the new rule. And so the money doesn't change.
So it was always going to Board of Ed?
Correct.
Okay.
It's just a timing issue, basically.
I misunderstood that
thing.
as it could have been the town.
No, it always was for the Board of Ed.
Okay.
It's just it was a town issue. It was a timing thing.
Okay.
So once it comes in after, it was for the Board of Ed, but if Board of Ed can't carry revenues forward on their budget, so if it comes in and they're not allowed to book it as a receivable, then it goes to the town fund balance.
Thank you.
Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, okay. And there are expenses. We are trending higher in our legal fees budget. So this is not for our retainer, but for other services. So we're currently in the process of evaluating that and to see where those issues are and trying to forecast for the rest of the year. We're working with the firm to do that. Due to natural cold winter, we have a shortfall in natural gas, as you could all probably imagine. You probably have similar experience with your own heating, and so we have keeping our eye on that. And we should, once the weather warms up significantly and we don't have any more cold weather, I can address those issues. The fire department has had challenges in their building maintenance and apparatus repair accounts, in addition to their one of the items on the natural gas. One of the items, the building maintenance item, is on your agenda for this evening. The apparatus, we will wait until probably next month, as Sean is still finalizing some expenditures, some recent repairs that he's had to some of his vehicles. And finally, well, not finally, we have a few more. The police department, as you have seen in prior months, has retroactive pay wages that were as a result of the previous contract. That's a shortfall of about $300,000. Human Services should have a savings of about $20,000 due to staff turnover in the department. Benefits should have a slight surplus of $25,000. Most of that's related to the timing of health care. As you heard the superintendent mention, sometimes you've got timing issues where people take health care. Other times you have it benefits you when either positions open, vacancies exist, or people change their coverage. And finally, our Amity reduced our March payment by $305,000 due to a surplus from their 24-25 operations.
That's what you were expecting though last year though, right?
What's that?
Well, last month you were.
Yeah,
expecting
same, it's the
that.
same,
It's
yeah.
not a
It's-
different number.
No, it's the same number, Jay, it
Yeah.
just actually happened.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to let you know it actually happened.
That's good.
So those are our highlights for the month. The things have stabilized a little, and so we're hopeful to get through the year with our fund balance reduction as we planned in the budget.
Yep.
Okay. Funding requests?
Funding requests.
So on the funding requests, the funding request number 17 and funding request number 23, 22 and 23, sort of 22 and 23. I think would be better to do after executive session.
Okay.
If that's possible. They're sort of related.
Okay. Okay.
Okay? And so the others you can.
Give you some context, some better context.
You just get context, that's all.
Okay.
Gonna start with 16.
Can we
work
talk,
out timing wise.
can we talk with 16, start with 16?
Certainly, you could do all the others.
Okay.
This first one, 16, is just the basic, we received the money from Bethwood, and then we need to move it over, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2526-13 for $3,000 to transfer the funds, donated funds from Bethwood Baseball League to the Parks Department budget.
Second.
I do have a question. Understanding this is coming from Bethwood, and so it's not on necessarily our dime, but overtime, I get, why do they need to pay for overtime? I guess, is it that schedules can't be flexed to accommodate?
You can't, yeah, you
Okay.
can't flex schedules in the contract.
Okay.
And they're union employees.
Okay. Can that be negotiated?
Some future time it could,
Yeah.
certainly.
Okay.
But currently, we cannot.
All right.
What was that related to, Andrea? I'm sorry.
The overtime for
There's-
parks.
Based on the
Oh,
schedule,
okay.
there's
Got it.
overtime's required at certain times based on the schedule.
But like the way,
Okay, no, I just wasn't,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sorry.
I was thinking Bethwood baseball, and I was
Yeah.
like, wait, thank you.
The line to transfer to is the overtime. Yeah.
okay, so we have a second.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
Skipping 17.
Skip 17.
No, she's voting.
She's
She
got
just
it. She got
said,
it.
keep an eye up, I'll raise my hand to vote, and the yellow hand popped.
So the next one
Do you want
is.
to do 18 next? Or we're
18,
skipping
yep.
over 17?
18, yep. So, and actually 18 can be reduced from 24,000 to 19.
Okay, that was gonna be one of my questions, because 50% of 38,000 is
Right,
not
I'll
24.
explain. So, I don't know if you want to.
No, go
Put
ahead.
it on
Oh,
the-
okay,
Yeah.
yes, I'll make the motion to request the funding request 2526-18 for $19,000 for the energy audit of town facilities.
So,
Second.
go ahead. Do you want? Yeah,
Second.
Yeah, okay. So the original reason why it was increased to 24,000 is because you'll notice on the building list, doesn't include the firehouse. And so we were trying to get pricing on firehouse, how much that one would cost. And so, but as it turns out, the UI will work with the contractor to do a phase one. The firehouse has done a fair amount of work on this already. As you recall, we've transferred funds earlier in the year for an engineer and other work to assist with their HVAC issues. So they're just gonna do a phase one to go through the building at no cost to the town. So that's why that got removed, and we're back down to 19.
But it doesn't
That makes
include the
sense.
CCC, does it?
The Community and Cultural Center?
Yeah.
It does not, but that's all new equipment and all new.
So it's assumed,
Right.
So a question I have is, does this have any positive implications for our HVAC replacement needs?
Yes, that's one of the
Because
reasons why we're doing it.
last year we asked, last month we asked
Yes.
whether or
This
not
is-
UI could do this.
Yeah, this is the main reason why we're doing this. This is a first step in moving that direction.
Okay, and when do we, if we authorize this, when do we anticipate that all the work will be done? Would it be done before the end of the year or no?
You know,
Before the end of the year, yes.
For the end of the
The-
fiscal year or the calendar?
No, I meant
Before the-
fiscal year.
before the
Fiscal
end
year,
of the
that's
fiscal
right.
year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think
Yes.
so, yeah.
I mean,
Definitely.
And potentially in time for the town meeting and the final vote.
Not sure.
Okay.
Not sure as far as that's concerned, but
Because
definitely
of
by
the $2
then.
million bonding for HVAC, that's why I'm asking.
I understand, and it's a good question.
Okay. And another couple of questions related to this. So there is a document that needs to be signed. I assume we also need a separate motion for Mika to sign that document, which is to enter into the agreement. So, because you're actually
It would be
signing.
fine to do, in reality, I believe this is considered a professional service, which means it wouldn't necessarily.
Right, and I have news for you on professional services, so I appreciate it, we went ahead and voted on that.
So-
As I mentioned to Nick, I've been doing some research on that issue,
Great.
so, which we can take up at town council, but we can vote on it later, but I think you're gonna find that it would be advisable to have a board of selectmen
Certainly not an issue.
supporting you. Okay, so that we could do it now or later, but I just would notice that.
The motion on the table is specifically to approve the funding.
Yes, okay.
There's first and a second.
Yep.
Is there any other additional comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And you have a hand up too.
And we're- Okay.
You want to do, what's the next one? We're on 19 next.
19.
There it is. 20,000.
I'll make a motion to approve the funding request number 2526-19 for $20,000 to fund the deficit in the electricity account for the town center building.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
This was discussed in previous meetings.
Yes.
Right, but I have a question. So, with all these changes we're doing, where are we with contingency? Can we afford another snowstorm?
So
or
if you
no?
look at the beginning of the, all the transfers, there's a sheet, a little handy sheet that tells you where we are with contingency, and it's about 92,000, a little under
Okay, I missed that.
$92,000. Yeah.
But is that part of that 24 documents, pages that were sideways?
No.
No, it's
Because I couldn't look at those.
The actual, it's a spreadsheet. It looks like a
Funding
spreadsheet.
request All the way down here.
Oh, okay. That was too small for me to read.
91,614,
I needed
right.
to enlarge it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
So
Easy
we
to
still
miss.
do have 92,000.
We do.
Okay. All right.
Who is there a point person for, like, ensuring AC isn't running when facilities
So,
are closed?
we've done some
ensuring
work-
Windows are closed
So
when the
we've
heat
done
is
some work,
on?
we've done some work on that AC, this was last summer. It was just,
Yes.
had just been installed, and I know we've done some work on it to sort of make it a little more efficient, so I don't anticipate the same experience,
Okay.
this year.
You're talking about the gym, though.
The gym.
Yeah, but just
yes.
a broadly
Our
applicable
maintenance-
question, like, is there
One of
someone
the-
accountable for ensuring we are doing our part to turn off AC or lower it at certain hours, or not have windows open like I see in the
Here's-
library all the time?
So in
during
a new facility like that, it has a lot of controls.
Yeah, so it's
That
pre-programmed.
it's pre-programmed, and it's got controls, remote controls, and a bunch of other things that Brad is finely tuned and is very aware of.
All right, thank
Not
you,
so much
Brad.
the case in some of our older buildings.
Brad
Yeah.
is a point person in answer to your
Okay.
question. However, that doesn't necessarily mean we have control over being able to do
Close
what.
windows.
Well, we can close windows and
Programming.
programming
Yeah.
to bring it down at night and things of that nature. There's a little less, which is one of the reasons we're starting with the study, the ASHRAE study that we're doing, and is to come up with a means by which we can develop a plan and bring in the necessary technology so that we can do that.
Okay. But at the same time, it'd be a really good idea to tell the library director, somebody should be
I told him.
responsible.
I
Yeah.
took care of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
There may need to be rebalancing done, which is part of the issue and be more efficient, but
He assured me he addressed the issue.
good. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so, any other discussion?
All in favor? Motion carries.
Ah, there goes a hand. Don't forget.
Thank you, Maria.
We're at 20. What's next?
25, 26, 20.
I'll make the motion to approve the funding request number 2526-20 for $10,000 to fund the Community and Cultural Center electricity count for anticipated use through the end of the fiscal year.
Second?
And that's effective as of when?
So as this past month, we had a little uptick in the electricity use just because a lot of the equipment's been installed, the lighting's been installed. So when I put the budget through, it was a very meager electricity budget. So we just have to increase it a little based because it's starting to get some use. There's some people there. There's some, it's starting to. That's the reason.
And Tony, we had discussed recently, like, the lights are staying on 24/7.
Right, I addressed that issue also.
Okay, so that's no longer.
So at the same time, I addressed that issue.
How efficient.
So I have a specific suggestion for the Community and Cultural Center, which may be better served by a discussion and a strategic plan, but just a heads up. I think we need to be creative there, and I have some ideas.
Sounds good. Look forward to talking about them.
But in the meanwhile, I hope that it won't be this much electricity. But I understand the need to plan for it.
Yeah, for only a few months, that's a lot of money for electricity.
Well, it's been running a deficit throughout the year.
Oh, so
'cause-
this is to cover.
Correct.
Okay.
That's not just for 3 months.
Okay.
It's annually. I've been running a deficit, but I wanted to wait until we got a little further along, so I have to do it twice.
Okay.
That's
Thank
why.
you for
Yeah.
sharing your logic.
Well, you have to pay.
Any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
Overtime?
This is do the next one.
The 21?
Yeah, 21. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to, for line item transfer number 2526-21 in the amount of $118,000. This is a request to fund the deficit in Public Works overtime account.
All those Sunday snowstorms.
So
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, wait,
Is there a second?
So I'm being optimistic here.
Oh, gosh. And this is reflected already in
Yes,
the
because you
one.
say it'll be through June 30th.
Right. So what I did was take the overtime we spent so far, and then a reasonable, somewhat conservative estimate of what we typically spend in the months of March, April, May, and June. With just regular events, yeah, regular responsibilities, without any more major storms.
Cleaning out stormwater drains.
Right, or
all
a
those
tree
things.
falls and someone's got to come in, or stormwater and stuff like
Sperry
that.
Road pothole fill-ins.
Stuff like that.
Tony,
And so it's coming from within the Public Works Department. I just want to highlight that. $40,000 is coming from highway salaries. That's mainly due to some injuries that we've had. And so we've got some surplus there. And the others from contracted services. And I've worked with the department to adjust that schedule and to maybe put a few things off till next year so we can afford it within the department.
Does that then make it more expensive though for next year for the department?
No, I think we just have to, we've got a few ideas so that we can stay within budget next year.
Okay.
similarly, are they not able to flex schedules?
They're not.
According to their contract?
Same contract.
Same union.
Same union. And
Yeah.
then, is overtime only applicable to full-time staff?
So overtime is over 40 hours in a week
Yep. So, yes.
for anybody. But, so if you have like a part-time person who happens to work over 40 hours in one particular week for some crazy reason, they would get overtime. Otherwise, the contract is a little different. Contract is 8 hours in a day or 40 hours in a week, and there's different rules for if it's like right after the day, it's just whatever you work. But if you have to come back, there's a 4-hour minimum.
Okay.
And it also depends whether it's a Sunday or a holiday.
Correct.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
Right. Correct.
Okay. And do we have part-time staff at Public Works, like snowplowers? Are they part-timers? Not really.
No.
Not to run the routes.
Most of them run the routes and.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor? Motion carried unanimously.
And the last two, we're going to wait.
Mhm.
Yep.
All right. That's all. The
That's it.
others? Okay.
Less than 5 minutes, yeah.
All right, any
That's it.
So
That's it? You're
so
good?
maybe we take a break, we have to wait for executive session, or is there something else?
Could do
Any-
consent agenda.
Did Doug sign in by any chance?
No, I'm looking, usually
can-
it'll pop up there, so
I
he's
can
in the
text
lobby,
him,
I don't
right?
see him in the
I can
library.
text
We could do the consent agenda, maybe?
We could.
That's
Good.
usually under 5 minutes.
Or about-
Why not?
So I'll make a motion to amend the agenda to move the consent agenda up to.
Second.
I think I might have had a question about this.
All in favor? Okay. Next item on the agenda is our consent agenda. Is there any, are there any questions or any items that anyone feels should be removed or questioned?
I have a couple of questions about them. I don't know whether it would then require
It depends on
non-consenting,
what they
but I
are,
don't know
right?
where the language for the Board of Ed proclamation came from. Is that some sort of standard thing, or?
It's the same every year, the Board of Ed.
That's what I'm
submits
asking.
it, yes.
Okay, okay. And then I just want to, I guess I have a question. I'm a member of the Garden Club. You could say that I would benefit from voting for the property use request, so I think perhaps I should recuse myself, because otherwise the Garden Club has to charge more to its members if it can't raise enough money through the plant sale.
Understood.
So on that basis, I'd rather not be a part of voting on that one.
Appreciate it.
Did we, was there gonna be an adjustment to the minutes?
No, there wasn't, you're only voting on the February 11th
Just the
minutes.
February,
Yes,
okay.
the other ones.
The other one will be at the next meeting. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second? Is there any other discussion on that?
So I'm recusing myself because of what's
Mhm.
the Garden Club being included.
All in favor? All opposed?
Abstain.
And one abstention. Thank you.
I just texted Doug. I know he's standing by, so he should join momentarily.
Sounds good.
Is
Thank
Doug
you.
from your firm?
He is.
Oh.
Doug Lomonte.
Oh, stop.
Yeah, not even kidding.
Not
Email.
Beaumonte,
The
but
email
yes.
address is there.
Doug,
Interesting. That's fun.
Doug usually gets engaged in contractual.
Contracts, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he works out of our Westport office.
Oh, there he is.
And yeah, he's my go-to for pretty much anything transactional. He's been involved with the underlying contract and the whole process here, so we wanted to at least bring him in.
Great.
So with that, we will move into executive session pursuant to section 1-2006B to discuss strategy with respect to pending claims or pending litigation concerning Connecticut carpentry and the fire training and storage facility project update.
And I am assuming Laura and I may
We
need
gotta
a little
vote to go into
background.
executive session. for
Yeah.
okay.
I think we all need some background,
Okay.
but
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. But anyway, do we
I
have?
just said Lauren and I, if you've had prior discussions of this litigation, we're new to it, so we might need a little context and background.
Understood. Is there a motion to move into executive session?
so moved.
Second?
Okay.
All in favor? Okay. Coming out of executive session, no motions were made, no votes were taken, and we will move on with our agenda to our next agenda item, which is our town council update.
Thank
We
you.
need to do this.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to
Yeah.
finish with the funding request. Thank you, Tony.
Okay.
So we'll go back to funding requests and finish the admin officer's report.
This is a funding request 2526-17. I'll make the motion to approve the funding request 2526-17 for $5,000 for additional professional services needed from Silver Petroselli for response to the contractor claim regarding the fire department garage project, storage and training center.
Any comment, any questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
Aye.
Thank you, Maria.
The next one was it's 22 and 20. I just have to pull that up.
Yeah, you're 25, 26, 22.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling back.
I know, it's
What,
There's a lot of really big on this
there's two,
report.
these are two because one is a line item transfer and one's a funding request. But it's just essentially for the same reason.
Yes. Can I do these together in that way? Yeah. No, I'll do them separately. So I'll make the motion for the line item transfer number 2526-22 for $10,700, and funding request for 2526-23 for $47,240 for the multiple ongoing HVAC issues at the fire department.
I'll second that.
Just trying to catch it, find the
It's page 28.
There's a lot of
Yep.
pages.
Yeah, and if you go to 31, there's a nice summary of the expenses that the fire department's incurred over the past few months, including the, Sean can certainly speak to some of the challenges and emergencies that he's had at the firehouse. I get call after call this winter about failures.
Our building management system, the BMS system at the firehouse, has not been working for over a year. We had it in the capital budget a year ago, and then we put it back in this year. We hired an engineer in a firm to come in and do an inventory on the equipment, find out what's good, what's bad, what needs to be replaced, and the building officers are actually working with the engineer right now. And there's actually a meeting we have tomorrow morning on it. So we've had a cold winter on, I believe it was the 30th or 31st of January. We lost heat. We got a call to the firehouse actually for a sprinkler water flow alarm. And the sprinkler pipe up in the attic on the dry system, part of it rotted. So it was dripping a little bit of water. We were able to stop it, bleed the system out, but then we had to replace like a 20-foot section of pipe with MJ Daly. So that was on the same day, same morning we were there. We walked in the apparatus bay where the trucks are hauled. They were at like 40 degrees, 35, 40 degrees. So we needed to get heat back. The radiant heat was not working. That went down, and the makeup air unit, which is controlled by the BMS, was not working. It's on its last leg. They were able to get it fired up and running. So the heat is either all the way on or all the way off. There's no way to control it. That was an emergency repair. And then we had to fix the radiant heat in the bay, which we just got done a week ago, replacing a heat exchanger, circulator pump, the pump, and some the mixing valve and some other things.
Sean, can you explain why radiant floor heat is necessary if it is? Is that standard in fire department bays?
Yeah, so if you could do it, it's extremely efficient. One, what happens is all the concrete on the floor heats up, and with the trucks inside, with the water in the trucks, the trucks heat up and it radiates out, and it offsets, so we don't have the makeup air unit running all the time. The makeup air unit is more of a supplement where the everyday usage, when you open the bay door, the makeup air unit comes on, it builds the temperature back up so it's comfortable. When the bay door shuts off and it comes back up to temp, it shuts off and the radiant just circulates.
John, are we feeling confident that this work will correct that problem without necessarily having to jackhammer concrete and fix anything?
Yeah, so I think, so this has fixed the problem, the system is working, so I don't, but we don't have to do any of that work, none of that failed. It was just the actual components. They were, they're 18 years old and they're just, they were,
So the HVAC system is repaired, you're saying, or the
the
radiant
radiant
floor?
heat system
Okay.
is repaired, the HVAC system is not repaired. And then we had, once we got done with that, we actually had a circulator on one of the other boilers that failed and I sent Tony a video where the water was pouring out of the circulator all over the floor in the boiler. So we had to take that out and we had to replace that circulator. But going on with this, we're gonna continue having a lot of maintenance there and, until we replace, some of this HVAC equipment. So it's at the end of its useful life. And right now, I know the makeup air unit is just holding on by a thread.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Call the vote, all those in favor? Motion carries. I think it's officially time for us to stop referring it as the new firehouse.
Yes. If I could just have a minute, the fire department's been busy over the last couple of weeks. As I don't know if everybody's heard, we had a fatal fire about 2 weeks ago during the start of the blizzard that we had. We did send thank you letters out. We had Seymour come with a tanker. We had Orange stand by at the firehouse. Bethany came with the tankers. So when we talk about mutual aid, that's what it was for. But we dealt with a hoarding condition there. So when we pulled up, the fire was already 30, 40 feet in the air. There wasn't a fire alarm that was going to Central Station. So when we pulled up, the neighbor saw it and called it in. The neighbor tried, and there was just no way. And then this Monday, we had a fire down on Racebrook Road, back of one of the houses at a 10 by 20 shed, big shed, that was fully involved when they saw it. So it's been a busy couple weeks, some motor vehicle accidents, and but the good news is the tower truck that we approved back in January, February is coming. It's being delivered here Friday or Saturday.
Oh, great.
So it's good.
Sean, I wanted to also just point out, and thank you, because that was a very difficult situation with the fire, with the loss of the home and the person, and your guys handled the situation with his family being right there quite well. Thank you for that. And secondly, also, if you don't mind letting me know, I'd like to reach out to whoever provided mutual aid to my counterpart in those towns as well.
Sure,
And say thank you.
I'll send you the list
I
tomorrow.
appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank
Sean,
you.
in addition to thank you, are there other support infrastructure in place for our firefighters as
Yeah, so
second victims when they're
so
involved?
Good question.
usually it's not funny, but once you see it a few times, you get used to it and you deal with it. On the newer guys, we watch them just to make sure if they have nightmares, or you usually tell on the scene somebody will be quiet, standing off to the side or whatever else. And you just bring them in, you start talking to them. But there are programs available to us like EAP. Town
We
has
have EAP, yep, town pays
So
for
we used EAP in the past for a couple bad motor vehicle accidents. So we do have different things at our disposal, and whatever they need, we usually work together to figure out what they need to do, and we'll get them help.
And thank you for that, and just, we're making sure that we're taking care of everyone. It's, you are correct, we compartmentalize things, but after a while, that can grate on you, so I just want to make sure that
Right.
they're
Yep.
okay.
So we monitor that quite often.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our next item on the agenda, it is our town council update, so I will turn it over to Attorney Belmonte.
Thanks, Mika, Nicholas Belmonte, Virgin Moses. All right, I have a handful of updates. The two that are on here, I'll talk quickly about Public Act 25-1, which the TPZ is currently working through. Two, I'll talk about town property sale process. I know there's a couple lots that are being considered for a potential sale. And then I will address the questions that Amy posed to me a few meetings ago related to the Fountain Street development. So first up, Public Act 25-1. This is what everyone had been referring to until it was approved as House Bill 8002. This is the big housing legislation. TPZ is currently working through its own opportunity housing regulations, which, as this board knows, the TPZ reverted back to their December 2024 version of their opportunity housing regulations.
For
And
Zone A.
correct, Zone A only, yeah, getting off the 4-story thing. So that is what's currently on our zoning regulations right now. In the winter, the zoning commission voted to, on its own, initiate a relook. So they have Mike D'Amato, the planner, and I, and others, the TPZ is inviting any sort of input, basically, to try to understand what it can do to create a more workable local opportunity housing regulation. So that's in process, but in parallel, because this new legislation has one fairly simple regulation change that is mandatory, that has to occur by July 1st. So in parallel to the TPZ looking at its local regulation, it's also going to look at this new language that the planner and I have proposed, which is similar to what we propose in our other municipalities, which is effectively and this applies to all the municipalities in Connecticut, in commercial or mixed use zones. So that would cover our business districts, maybe a couple others depending exactly on how they're set up. But there's two types of developments that are now effectively as of right. They still need to go through a very limited process, which is, I'm talking lawyer zoning speak here. It's similar to a site plan application in that there really isn't any discretion. There's no requirement for a public hearing. If the application meets the technical requirements of what's supposed to be on the site plan and they meet all their setbacks and whatnot, it basically gets approved without having this whole public hearing and this long drawn out process. The state is obviously signaling it's trying to quicken the pace and force municipalities to approve some developments. And the types of developments that fall under this umbrella are generally, and the law is purposefully vague on this. I suspect it's going to be further clarified during the current special session, but we'll see. For now, what is law is that mixed use developments, and that's all it says, it's not defined. Mixed use is just both residential and non-residential in the same development, basically, without a certain unit number to it. So mixed use developments have to flow through this summary review process, the law calls it. And then also there's this new category, transit community middle housing, which is, again, really broadly defined, and it's effectively between 2 and 9 residential units proposed for the project. So mixed use developments and residential housing up to 9 units proposed in a commercial or mixed use zone is effectively an as of right use at this point. So that's just what TPZ has going on. I think they're going to schedule a special meeting for March 25th and invite what other boards and commissions. I think this board is invited.
It's actually a joint meeting with us in the TPZ with other representatives from some other commissions invited as well.
Right. So really, in terms of inputting on this legislation, I mean, people can say whatever they want, but it's effectively a mandatory. There's not much we can do with that. But that's why I said at the outset, TPZ is also obviously looking at their opportunity housing regulations. They're thinking about, well, how do we utilize ADUs maybe? How do we build in a tiered approach where, okay, the structure is up to a certain number, up to 10 units, let's say. I forget how the town planner has structured this, but our form now has a couple tiers of, okay, up to 10 or so units falls under this process. A middle tier with a higher unit count proposed has increased requirements in front of the commission, basically affordability restrictions, mandatory certain numbers of units need to be designated as affordable. And then for like the higher approach, even more of a level of commission input and authority. So that's sort of where we're going, but this input from whatever boards is actually going to be very important for us so that the TPZ can give the planner and I clear, it's not us, it's the TPZ that, point us in the right directions.
And these two development types for commercial districts right now have no requirement for affordability?
Correct.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And can that be kind of integrated into our opportunity housing regulation, or are they being thought about separate? Like you said, in parallel? Yeah, you said they're being done kind of in tandem.
Right.
But can one fall within the other? No.
These two are sort of in their own.
Okay.
You gotta get your regs to say
we've
it's
been advocating for multi-use.
Yeah,
At least we have, in the business district for a long time, so I'm quite excited.
It's consistent with what the ADC just, in essence, it just makes it happen quicker.
Yeah.
From my perspective.
I think that's
right.
The original intent we were gonna do the meeting with the TPZ and the other boards from a broader perspective. And it's been narrowed down to make sure this is focused so we can get this done at this point in time, which is the reason the meeting has taken on, is what it is right now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's right.
So, just to be clear, are you saying there's no affordability minimum that the TPZ can add to do these two categories, mixed-use development and transit community housing?
That's correct.
They can't, really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Well, we'll see if this gets, there's others asking the same questions, and
Very
so
much
we'll
so.
see if this gets tweaked
Okay.
by the legislature.
So legislative session ends May 6th, I think, so.
Sure.
So I guess I'm just thinking of time, because this is due July 1, to have the regulation effective.
Right.
But,
What does that mean, Amy?
well, no, it just means,
They're
not gonna, yes, but that doesn't mean that if it gets done July 15th or July 30th, that you've got this massive
No, we just
penalty
wouldn't-
on you.
No, we want to encourage to get it done.
We want to do it,
consistent with
but
state law,
if something comes up in the state legislature, then of
We would
course,
have time.
people would have to take the time for a public hearing that reflects that modification.
And Nick, to be completely clear,
Mm-hmm.
we can't, of our own accord, so to speak, do anything to tie affordable units to the changes that the state has indicated we need to make.
Not to these two categories.
And can you define transit? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, keep going.
These limit, it's 9 and below, if I'm not mistaken?
Correct.
2 to 9.
2 to, right, 2 to 9, right, in one single family. But, so is it not feasible for us to consider, and maybe this is why we meet when we meet, so we can discuss these kinds of things, but there's no reason for us not to consider something larger. And because we don't, right now, we don't have affordability tied to anything.
Well, that's, I think what TPZ is trying to address in that parallel track in its own opportunity housing regulation. So I ineloquently was talking about these tiers that are still in kind of conceptual form until we get clear direction from the TPZ. But this middle tier is a category of proposed development that would be over a 9-unit count, and that we would, under our own regulations, require and attach affordability. You need to restrict a certain number of units in this tier of development that's being proposed, X percentage of the units have to be restricted as affordable, and there's whatever other layers of commission oversight we can legally add in. You know, it's sort of like increasing the control as the scope and span of a proposed development increases.
So when this becomes effective, July 1, let's say, for projects currently underway, like I know there's a 13 or 14 unit condo development taking place on Hazel Terrace.
And also similar one in, on Merritt, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So does that, like, would that count? Does that, I don't know, like, is it?
Whatever,
It's
already
approved.
yeah,
It's already
grandfathered
okay.
in,
Okay.
so when the application comes in, it operates.
Even if they're not sold or have
Yeah.
their COs or whatever.
It's, yeah,
Okay.
they don't need them.
And then is the transit community, is transit defined?
No,
Okay.
it's extremely fuzzy, and the way that they drafted this, so this obligation that this transit community middle housing development is subject to this effectively as of right approval process in a commercial mixed use development. It's in a different section that talks about, it's not entirely in a different section, but there is another section of the law that gives an optional, fairly lengthy protocol for a town to decide on its own, to establish itself and apply to, I forget if it's OPM or who we apply to, for like a state agency designated as a qualified transit community, which then gives you the top of the line in terms of getting grant money for certain initiatives, things like that. The point is, this term, I searched all over the place on exactly that. I'm like, what does this mean? Does this only apply if the town does this like qualification thing so they can get grants? And the answer is no. I mean, it is a standalone, very vague.
But it has to be where there's a bus line or something, or train
or
in
next-
some towns?
We'd assume transit would include that.
Yeah.
But,
I assume they're looking at the full bus route up to the JCC.
Yeah, I honestly haven't studied that section that lays out that, hey, if you want to apply for this to qualify, but yeah, that is part of the, it's like where,
yeah.
If
bus
it is-
lines, train lines.
I listened to a CCM presentation about this, and it sounded like we aren't nearly big enough to be in that group that would get extra benefits
For the
from
TOD,
beautifying ourselves.
for the, you know, yes, for
Yeah,
much of what
the
you're
transit.
describing, the transit district, that's
Yeah, the
true.
carrot part,
However,
we don't fit.
however, well, no, however, if you're next to a major metropolitan hub, there is some language that allows us to identify a particular area of our town. And if we do that, if I remember correctly, it does enable us to, it does reduce the minimum point amount for moratorium.
Correct, that's another
And
carrot.
that's, and I did look into that, and there is a means by which we can qualify for that, so that is something that we looked at, but I'm
that's
just
a
looking
good-
into it now, so.
Yep.
So, but it's, that's the only piece
That would
we
be
found.
for this. the
Correct,
town, yeah.
for us.
Speaking of CCM, they had laid out as one of their priorities for this legislative session to advocate for a town looking at their current in-law suites, ADUs, and if they were being rented or used at an affordable rate, allowing that to count without them having to be deed restricted. It's certainly, that's something that's not in the law, but it was one of CCM's priorities for this legislative session, so something else we should keep our eye on. And something to have people advocate for as well, that you could take current stock and have those count without having to deed restrict them.
It is the legislation.
Right,
That-
right. We would, right, to keep an eye out for that, so. And that's something for people can also write in and advocate for as well on the state level.
Yeah, that's where we see the changes, and the legislature sometimes gives us more confusing language than anything, but, you know, progress.
It was
I guess.
negotiated without the public having any
See
opportunity
how
to
that
speak
works
of this.
out?
Yeah. No opportunity to say, hey, that's garbled. How about a
I don't
definition?
understand.
So that's PA 25-1.
For the next one, I did ask Nicole as part of CUPOP to also participate, so if there's any questions that she might be able to participate. Nicole, I don't know if you want to stay there or you want to sit at the desk, but.
For the next.
Town
This is for
property
the,
sale
property
process.
sale.
So,
About the two properties.
yeah, I understand there's two properties that CUPOP is or has recommended for sale. A couple questions I understand came up that I think Amy and or Andrea posed. Is there a way to restrict, okay, if we wanted to move forward on sale, how do we restrict those so that can we do like only 55 and over, or can we somehow require that an ADU is built on the property and then restrict it? So the answer is yes. There is a very much ways that we can structure a sale to obligate a purchaser to do what we want them to do. Is a deed restriction the appropriate vehicle or mechanism to do that? I mean, if we're just talking about restricting age, the answer is no. That's effectively housing discrimination unless we're talking about a whole senior housing complex or development. In that case, we could do it. For the single one-offs, can't do it. Similarly, I haven't seen a deed restriction. Like, I've seen deed restrictions that say, oh, you could only use this property for single-family use going forward. And again, if that's consistent in like a whole subdivision, it can't be like a one-off in a neighborhood saying, oh, I want to restrict my property for single-family use because I see these multifamilies coming up all over the place and no one else has that.
Wait, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but isn't that what these, at least one of these properties are?
I think so, yes.
So, okay.
So
How does that work then?
Well, I mean, we could look at the history a bit
Okay.
more and see, like, when that restriction was put in. Are these the theater lots or no?
No.
They're not.
No.
All right, so I don't know where those came from.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying today. I haven't seen some sort of restriction on a deed saying this, like an ADU must be built here within a certain time frame, and then you need to file a restriction on affordability. It's just a little murky, complicated. What I have done successfully in the past, I'm speaking from my experience in Waterbury. You know, the larger cities have a more robust, like property acquisition, disposition, committee input process, and we very much had that. And what we would do is put out where there was we had a property reuse committee that would make a recommendation, and then we had a form that my office prepared that would, an RFP or an ITB, depending on whether we wanted to get developer input and give us proposals on what they could make happen there effectively, if we give them a little bit of a framework for what we're looking for, or just like send out an invitation to bid with our ask in there, like, hey, this is what we want to happen here. You know, who wants to buy it and for how much? And then we receive those, we consider them, and then we ultimately, or you would decide if you want to move forward with anyone. And then at there's always a contract that goes along with these sales. So how we would implement restrictions or how we would want a property to be developed or not developed would be laid out in the purchase and sale agreement, which would also include, whenever we could get it at least, and sometimes we don't want these properties back, but a reversion clause that effectively says, if you don't do it this way, we get it back. And that could be a blessing and a curse, but you know, it incentivizes people obviously to follow through. So I guess my answer to this is maybe not necessarily a deed restriction. There are restrictions in certain limited senses that we can place on, but I think just restricting what the next steps in terms of development of these parcels would be is very doable.
So not that this is the only goal in mind, but just to better my understanding, so understanding there's like a point system for reaching certain goals, would that approach affect our point?
Oh, if we
Our
were to do
points?
this purchase,
Yeah,
I mean, would it somehow hinder us?
yeah.
No.
Okay, okay.
No, it might help.
Not that that's our
For the
only goal,
result.
but, well, I know, but I don't know if it's not as legitimate in the
Yeah.
eyes as like a deed restriction or
No, if it's
something.
affordable, it's affordable and it counts.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we can. we can-
I'm sorry, if I can interject for a minute. Amy, based on your question that you had brought to our attention, we brought it back to Coop Hop regarding, and I want to add a little caveat to this. As I had indicated at the last meeting, both 38 Milan and 52 Brookwood do have deed restrictions on it for single-family use only. And you had mentioned the Connecticut General Statute 8-20, which is ADU by right? And so whether or not, and we researched as to whether or not a deed restriction or restrictive covenant would trump 820, ADU by right. And essentially, unless it's violating some type of a serious, and I think the word they actually use is peculiar, public policy, no, it would not. And therefore, the restrictive covenant would survive, and there would not be an allowable ADU on that property.
Really?
And actually, we found a case that the facts are very, almost, actually not the facts, the restrictive covenant mirrors those that are found on 38 Milan and 52 Brookwood, single family use only a garage is allowed on that property, very similar. And the public policy argument that was made was a need for affordable housing, and all everything we're hearing from our legislature today, right, regarding affordable housing needs and diverse housing needs. And the court held, and it's actually a very good case, it's only a Superior Court case, but it really summarizes all the Supreme Court and appellate court cases that essentially indicated that unless it is a peculiar public policy issue, such as when we had racially discriminatory restrictive covenants, of course, as equal protection clause, constitutional, very peculiar, I could think of other words to describe that, this did not fit the bill. And so therefore, in this particular case and others where and I can give you the name of the case as well, and others where there were these restrictive covenants specifically indicating single-family use only. They predated the statute, so there wasn't any issue regarding ability to apply it retroactively because there is no mechanism for that in the statute, talking about legislatures not putting in language in there and things of that nature. So regarding Milan and Brookwood, and Nick, please correct me if I'm wrong, but
No, I
that's
was
what
just
you're
gonna
doing, a lot of
say
lawyers in the room,
I
but,
think the case. I know what case you're talking about, the Superior Court case, and that's the one. I mean, they pointed to the ADU statute, right, and
820,
said,
yeah.
"Hey, obviously that there's a public policy encouraging ADUs,
Mm-hmm.
right, and a single family is like not allowing that. So
Mhm.
can't we do that?" And the court said, "No, it's
What's
still
the
fine."
year of that case?
It is
I think it was-
24.
Yeah, fairly
2024
recent.
recently.
But you also have an ADU can be an apartment within a building. It's just can one argue that a single family structure that has an ADU contained in it, an in-law suite, is different? It meets single family?
I don't know that there's a case out on that one.
Hey,
There may be a case on that.
Can we be that?
I like coming up with new ideas, so that's all I can tell you.
Generally, doesn't
I mean,
the
I
definition
think,
ADUs?
and there's also a
doesn't that
question of who would
specify?
actually challenge it in court if we did it. So
Yeah,
I
I'm
think you
not
only have to be concerned about the
prepared to
neighbors.
answer that one yet, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, the statute talking about and authorizing ADUs might feed in, and how zoning interprets or how the case law has historically interpreted single-family I don't know.
I mean,
The other option is somebody comes in with a friendly 830G, which has been proposed.
830G, you have to have 30%, so,
Yeah, they'd have 100%.
but it's, the property's not big enough.
No, they build, you need to meet with Habitat for Humanity, so.
But say
Yeah,
a
that would
single,
be-
a
oh, I'm sorry, go
single
ahead.
family, Amy, or a
so
single
So I had a brief conversation with Habitat for Humanity at the request of Debbie Pines, who works with them, and they were inquiring about the feasibility of having two, I I didn't know enough about this. I said, you have to talk to Mika about it. But they inquired about these particular properties, whether they could adapt something there and use a friendly 830G process to override any single-family use restriction.
Well, that may be a different issue that I'm sure I'd be very surprised if there is not a case on that as well regarding 830Gs with single
But they're
family
not
deed
talking,
restriction.
yeah, they're not talking about something huge. They're, and you'll just have to comment.
Yeah,
on
if it's,
which-
and I'm expecting to hear from them. I did reach
Yeah,
out to them,
yeah,
so.
Yeah, but at any rate. They-
That's it, yeah, that's an
Thank you.
interesting question, whether somehow an 830G can I don't know. But, I mean, 830G applications don't just need to be the 30% set-asides, they can also be up to 100%
That's my point. 100%,
that's-
assisted
this would
housing,
be-
and that's
yeah.
a huge win if that can happen
And
somehow.
that's what they're talking about.
It does sound interesting. I just want to bring it to your attention. Just so you know, it's Gomez versus Meadowwood LLC, and actually decided in 2025, filed in 2024. And I guess, to answer your question, I'm sure there's no shortage of cases out there, right? So I'm sure it's somewhere, there could be that particular issue that you're addressing regarding 830Gs, but it seems as though the public policy argument, which would be able to override the deed restrictive or restrictive covenant, doesn't seem to pass the muster as of these cases regarding separate units where it's a single-family deed restricted dwelling only. So just want to report back to you
Thank you.
regarding that question.
Well, my understanding also is that one of those properties may have inland wetlands issues.
It
anyway.
may, yes, and I put that in the report. I indicated that I did speak to Chris Sullivan about that. It does not appear on the inland wetland map. However, she had recalled, I don't have it right in front of me, it's available online. My recollection is that there was discussion about it maybe about 10 years ago, I want to say, pretty dated, regarding there may have been wet soils on that property or just was, and so she had suggested and spoke to the agencies who indicated that they would like to retest to see if that's even an issue anymore a decade later, maybe over a decade. So, and we put all that in the report, so it's in all the subsequent communications back and forth between the building department and the agencies.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thanks.
Nick, thanks. We'll move on to your third.
Yeah, so just to try to answer the prior questions, one was,
Other permits.
yeah, other
Right over
permits.
Fountain
So,
Street.
I mean, the main one that was talked about in terms of other permits during the Fountain Street proceedings was Department of Transportation, because there's gonna be this curb cut into a state highway. So we heard some discussion from the applicant's traffic expert saying, this is also going to go to DOT for, and it will further verify and confirm sight lines and traffic conformity. They have a very regimented and strict protocol, DOT does, for reviewing proposed encroachment permits, that's what it's called, and approving them or rejecting them. Just to step back for a minute, just overall process-wise, just from the very beginning, a zoning application is submitted to the zoning department. That goes to the TPZ if it rises to the level of requiring a special exception or a TPZ approval otherwise. They've got to demonstrate conformity with the regs and show their plans, meet the regulations. And then they, if they get an approval from TPZ, they provide their erosion and sedimentation control bond. And then they will, once they're sort of geared up to start moving ahead with the project, which is not, in the Fountain Street context, not the case right now since there's pending litigation. That doesn't mean they can't move forward with construction with pending litigation, but fiscally it's, not the move they're gonna make, I don't think. But after they have their zoning approval, if they're in a position to move forward with construction, they submit for their building permits. Prior to the issuance of a building permit from our building official, they need to demonstrate DOT approval for this encroachment permit. That is not, and I haven't been intimately involved with that process, but I looked it up some more. I talked to some folks who have been. It's not like public engaged
There's
process.
no opportunity for the public.
There aren't hearings, there aren't submissions, it's literally a form that gets submitted through an online portal to DOT, and I don't know if they like call the people in and actually meet with them or what, but it's a fairly like cut and dry process. They check their boxes on if they hit their sight lines and if they have all the paperwork filed, and then they do it. It rises to a higher level if it's deemed and this came out some during the proceedings, I think, a major traffic generator, which has certain thresholds, numbers-wise, which this project did not meet, so it only requires this DOT level encroachment permit.
So I've actually had to file one of those for our driveway. It's pretty, anytime you cut into the curb on a state road, it's I don't want to say it's a formality, but you have to do that. If you're going to, you know, the state has, right, if the project is big enough and they need to do their assessment, if they need to put a traffic light there, if they need to put additional signage.
Right.
So that's why they want to be aware of every time you do that.
Yeah.
But it's more just part of the process.
Well, the concern raised to me by residents, which is why I am raising it, is that, you know, there's the potential for 3 different buses to be going out of there, school buses. Because we've got a elementary school, a middle school, and a high school. And you could have 3 school buses pulling out, going up the hill, while traffic is going into New Haven. And they do not feel that that was adequately presented at the TBZ. So that's where they're eager to get that issue front and center of somebody who's actually looking at traffic safety.
I think DOT is going to look at the checkbox for whether there was local zoning approval, and that might be as far as they go with that.
Okay. The separate question that was raised to me is whether or not TPZ, whether DOT would look at the potential impacts of blasting on the Merritt Parkway or the Wilbur Cross, if it's the Wilbur Cross there, because of the overpass.
I do not know.
I had somebody tell me, it may not be reliable, that they would look at it, but only after the TBZ, if it was approved by the TBZ. Because they have so many projects so close, being proposed close to the highway, that they don't bother to look at that question until they have an approved project.
I don't know if it falls into the same category of encroachment permit.
No, I assume it's something different, but I don't know what it is.
I mean,
and I don't even know if it's true. It's just
Yeah.
some DOT guys told somebody I know that that's what would happen.
That I do not know.
Okay.
I think there was another question.
There is a mechanism by which, I mean, I know that they did a traffic study coming out of Bradley Road several years ago and came to one conclusion.
The state did?
The state did, but then we had some questions after the Toll Brothers development was built. We asked them to, there was a way to ask them to come back and reevaluate because the circumstances under which they did that original study had now changed because it was increased traffic on that road. Is there a mechanism by which we can request that they do a traffic study
Like
on the
we
state
as
road?
the town saying,
Mhm.
hey, you guys put this light in last year, but we've got a lot more traffic and it's.
Right, or they
messing
didn't
things
put a
up.
light in, or didn't put signage in, and we'd like to request that they reevaluate that.
I mean,
We did do that as part of the LOTSIP grant process.
Okay, I
That's
remember
where it
there was a
yes.
discussion, I wasn't sure under
But
which.
that was very specific to that project in
Mhm.
terms of going back, because within that project, if you do identify changes as a result of the engineering that's been done, it can impact on the project where the state will fund more money if it's necessary to do the work that's required.
Okay.
So that's how that came about, and that was,
Okay.
but that was very specific to that project. I don't know
To
if
that
that's,
project,
yeah.
okay.
So
But they
the-
did, and that's exactly what they did. They just, we gave them the new data. It was different, actually it qualified us, it should have, on paper, qualified us for a light, but they came back and said no.
Okay, but there was a way for us to, in
Yes.
that
I mean, there
process.
must be a mechanism for a municipality that has state highways going through it, and there's a traffic issue or safety issue or
Right.
whatever, to say, hey, DOT, you guys gotta come look at this.
Correct.
And we're not gonna pay for the new light, so, yeah.
Well, especially if there's gonna be bus stops, you know,
Yeah.
et cetera.
Well, and I mean, God, you can extend that even to the intersections, the four-way intersections up Fountain Street. I mean, residents have been wanting a traffic circle at those two intersections for a long time, but you add 100 units and think of how much more the traffic will be. That gets backed up.
Well, I
No.
mean, it's all, look, it's,
I know,
it's
but
all speculation.
I'm just saying.
But I know, but it's
don't know.
gonna take that happening,
In order
right?
to-
To go
yeah.
to DOT and be like, these cars are crashing into each
Yeah.
other all the time.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, it's already, I mean, even
Yeah.
without it, it's happening in DOT. They don't
And
want
the same
to, you
thing
know,
will
they don't
happen
want to do
with
it.
bus,
Right.
with bus safety
Yeah.
issues, right? You'll have to see a trend or a pattern
Right.
because there's plenty of school buses from the regional district and from the Woodbridge district that turn left onto a state road. I mean, I have come out to a very busy state road every morning and I watch the bus make a left turn and it's not easy. It's a heavy traffic road. There's safety concerns, but I think it usually winds up being those trends, unfortunately, right? I don't think we can, that it's going to be part of a traffic study because they can't necessarily.
I mean, I could look at if, what's the mechanism to reach out to DOT and say, hey guys, we got something for you to look at, but yeah.
Scrog might be able to help us with that too,
Maybe,
Nick. I
yeah.
think Jim
Yeah.
Road over at Scrog is who we worked with on this, on when we did the Bradley Road
I mean,
situation.
I think it's definitely worthy of a closer
Or a relook.
look for sure. I just wonder about.
Yeah, if there is a way, we can ask them as
Mhm.
part of the
Yeah.
minimum of the encroachment process to look at the school bus issue in particular.
Yeah, or what the impact would be on that particular, or the 2 times of day, where the tricky part, I mentioned this with the schools with doing a transportation study when I was on the Board of Ed, and I brought it up to the superintendent when she was here for budget, is doing a transportation study because of how early, I mean, we have kids being picked up very, very early for our regional system, and they're standing outside in the dark. So, those are
On state roads.
on state roads, all over town, and a traffic study is long overdue on all of those bus patterns around town, as far as I'm concerned. I think there's already probably safety considerations that deserve attention. So
Well, but here is a particular opportunity with respect to a potential permit or no,
Right.
and that involves traffic analysis.
Right.
So we should be sure that this issue is considered. And it's specifically, I think, the daytime where the buses would be pulling out with children coming out and going up the hill.
Sure.
The next.
Sure.
Nick, was there anything else?
Yes.
Because of me.
All right. During the TPZ proceedings, an abutting neighbor, Mr. Stephen Mason, made some comments about potential liability because of the fire concerns that were kicking around. So, Mr. Mason, like I said, abuts the property. He's represented himself as having practiced insurance law in the environmental contamination field for many years, and he offered some concerns that the town could have liability and moreover be unable to obtain insurance coverage in the event that there's a fire at Fountain Street and there's bodily injury claims, basically. And the basis for his concern, I listened to it again, he said the fire department, and the basis was the fire department is without the capability of handling fires or other calamities on the upper floors of the project. I don't agree with that. I don't think that was the testimony of Chief Rowland. I don't think that was the position of the fire department. I mean, early on in the hearings, the fire department raised several objections to the proposed design and to the plans. But ultimately, by the final public hearings, the applicant had made additional changes to the roof design to facilitate fire access. They agreed to install an elevator. They addressed fire truck spacing and turning radii. They they
Store a
set up
ladder.
this thing to secure a ladder of sufficient height on the site. And at the end, I mean, Chief Rowland, I remember it because he was, I mean, I forget exactly what he said, but it wasn't, oh, we can't handle that. It's just something different.
He said
Well,
that
the
it would take
litigation.
6 men, right? To operate
For the
that
ladder.
ladder.
They
That
have
was
a-
prior-
now they
that
have
was
a truck.
That was prior to us having the truck that we have.
Right.
Well, I think the record is based on where we are, but I think we can leave this to be litigated, because I'm sure it's going to be litigated in terms of what the fire department said. I think the issue, though, is in the permit itself, when they granted approval, the TPZ said that there's had to be, and I don't, one of my questions, this is a language in it, it's something about reaching agreement about the
Ladder.
the ladder itself. And if the fire department doesn't agree with
No,
what
the
the
intention
applicants propose, what happens?
No, maybe, I mean, it might just be wording, because the intention in that was literally to do what the fire department wanted. So the applicant was saying, look, whatever you guys want to do here, that's what we're gonna make sure happens. So we understand it needs to be a certified, it's not just a Home Depot. I mean, that came
No,
out during the
that's not
proceedings.
just a question. I understand there's also a question of storage, so you may want to
Correct.
look into this, because.
No, I mean, I know, I was literally at the meeting. I mean, this was all discussed. So this is part of the approval. The approval isn't changing at this point.
Nick, if I understand correctly.
But it's conditioned on set.
That's
It's
right.
a condition of approval.
It is. They need to satisfy it.
Yeah.
They need to get storage there and a ladder there to the fire department's satisfaction.
Okay.
Or else they don't meet the condition.
Okay.
So if your interpretation of Chief Rowland's status on this were different, that he did not think that this was sufficient, that they could respond effectively to the top 4, then you would believe that there is liability? Like, can you just, you would?
No,
Okay.
that's not the answer.
Okay, so I'm just curious, because who was also at those meetings and did not,
You weren't at the last one.
You can watch it.
if I wasn't at it, I was certainly
Okay.
watching it. But I have a different perspective on what I thought was the position of the fire department. I wish Sean was still here, but can you just walk me through, if that were the case, how you would address Mr. Mason's,
Yeah, I
point?
would have to honestly go down the what do we do here with our insurance company route. If there, I
Okay.
mean, he made the suggestion based on his experience that we basically need to report that our fire department can't handle this. Me as your town attorney, I don't feel comfortable doing that because.
I see.
Like, so if we need to make a reporting, I mean, what Mason was, like, I don't know, I mean, I don't know how the insurance process really works, or what you need to report, or what they would deny or not deny. How I understood Mr. Mason's comments were, well, you gotta report that the fire department can't handle the fire. But then he goes on to say, even if you do that, you're still gonna get denied claims coverage because TPZ approved it knowing that, which again, I don't agree with. And I don't want to just put our carrier on notice of something that I don't think is really accurate. I mean, we could talk to the chief, like I really got the impression that he was like, look, we got a fire there. We're going to do what we need to do to handle it. And I mean, the accommodations that were offered and made and accepted were in that vein. I mean, it was a very I remember it perfectly. It was when just the chief was here. He, sort of popped up and someone was like, oh, the chief's here. All right, let's talk to him.
Yeah, Sean does.
Yes. Nick, I have a question speaking of litigation, going back to the previous topic about the deed restriction on Mylan and the other road and the case that Nicole was talking about.
Sure.
So speaking of how that case came to be, who was it that challenged? Do we know in that case? Was it the town that challenged it? Was it neighbors?
I should know that because I think I read the case a few days ago. Can I get back to you
Yeah,
on that?
sure, certainly.
It was Gomez versus Meadowood? Did I hear her correctly?
Correct.
Yes, that's what
Okay.
you said.
So I will.
You'll take
pin that
a
down.
note on that?
Yeah, I could email everybody. if
Sounds good.
you're all
Thank you.
interested.
Well, and if I could, just on the topic, I raised that issue of your authority to sign. And I had a off-camera conversation with Nick briefly, confirming that the basis for the first selectman to sign is based on our municipal code with respect to purchasing.
Yes.
I have an entire memo here I'd like to distribute. I didn't get it done in time to have it part of the packet, but I believe that's an error. So maybe that's something that Nick can address next time, but the bottom line is that all that the purchasing order does, purchasing code does, is exempt professional services from the bid process. It does not give the first selectman a sole authority in contravention of the charter. So to sign contracts or
Thank
make
you.
appointments, I can give you one more.
Okay.
So more people
Here
get
you go.
notified.
You can,
So I'll send this. Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Thank
anyway,
you.
I think it's an important topic, not because I think it would change the outcome of some of these decisions, but I do think following the charter is extremely important. It is our it is our constitution, and I think we should be very careful. And I would note that in fact this code was passed in 2006. But the town continued to have the Board of Selectmen make the appointment of the town council for several years and afterwards, and as recently as 2024. So I think it's important that we get clarification on this. I'd also like to get clarification on this question of whether or not you can make ad hoc appointments, because I think that comes up when we talk about this police building committee.
It does indeed.
And I'm not aware that there's any authority for that either. I just want to be sure that people understand that I think we need to revisit all these issues and be sure we're on solid ground.
Appreciate it.
thank you,
So-
Amy.
The next item on the, I'm
Brought
sorry?
up by some other selectmen.
It was. I'm
Yeah.
sorry?
I think that was brought up by
It
other
was.
selectmen in our.
It was. No, it's-
previous
it-
term, And that was actually suggested as the method.
Right.
I'm sorry, what was suggested as the method?
The ad hoc specifically. As a matter of fact, it was.
That we do it by the first selectman?
Yes.
Yeah.
But what was their legal basis for saying that?
I'll confer with Nick in regards to this. We've looked at it before. There's nothing that indicates it can't be done, and there's something specified in the charter as well, from a first selectman standpoint, that the first selectman is able to do what is necessary in order to affect the work that's required to benefit the town. So
Okay.
there's a lot of latitude associated with that, and there's nothing that prevents it. So from that perspective, that's one of the reasons that it was moved forward, because we did check it before we moved on. I didn't want to do it if it wasn't the right thing to do, and it was only after we verified it legally that we moved forward with it before, and it was also supported by the other selectmen on the board.
Well, I'm
That's
not
that one.
suggesting any malfeasance of
So-
anybody's
no, I
part,
understand.
but
I
I'm a
understand.
lawyer, even if I'm a retired
Mhm.
lawyer. And, the authority is clear that selectmen create offices, and they can, and can create other appointed officers and boards.
Appreciate
So
it.
I just think we ought to be on solid ground before we continue that.
And we will be. I'll confer with Nick on it. We'll go over both items. I appreciate you bringing them up. We want to do the right thing in terms of what the charter says, absolutely. So
Yeah.
we'll look at it and we'll figure it out. So
And if
thank
anything
you.
needs to be clarified in the charter, we have a charter revision commission.
Exactly, where we can make sure we take care of it. Thank you.
That's it for me.
Thanks, Nick. Next item on the agenda is indeed the police building RFQ, or was it an RFQ or RFP? RFQ. And what we're looking to do with the RFQ is obviously get the process started in terms of identifying what is involved with and required for us to update, renovate, and bring our police department facility to the 21st century. And they have for a long time been asking, requesting that that we do, I think it's worthwhile to do a tour of the facility, to understand exactly what's there and what the reason is behind the work that we're trying to do here, and we have been trying to do, I think, for decades at this point in time. So with that, when we do get the responses, we are going to want to have a department renovation building committee in place. And so wanted to make sure we brought it up this meeting so that at our next meeting on the 25th, we can start the charges in here, draft charges in here. If you have input in terms of the charge, by all means, send that information to Tony. Was it Tony or you? In terms of.
Aren't we
We can't just
discussing it now? Isn't that the point of this?
We
agenda
can,
item?
yeah, we can, absolutely.
I just want to just sort of give you some background on the process.
Lauren, if you want to make a motion to amend the agenda, that's fine, but this conversation deserves to be had
I
in
thought it was
public.
discussion of the charge that was.
Yeah.
So this charge that's on
It's
here.
not the appointments.
Not the
Yes,
appointments, not
correct.
the appointments.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, when I was referring to next meeting, I'm talking about the appointments. I'm sorry.
No, yes, but then you said send feedback on the charge
I
to
did.
somebody.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, isn't the point to discuss it now?
Yes, by all means.
And then I saw you being like, it's 9 o'clock, and I'm aware it's 9:07.
I know.
And I
I'm just
also
saying
want to
it's-
go home.
It's getting late,
but
so if there's like a more efficient way to move through.
Our business is that we can
Yeah.
make a motion to amend the agenda, take it off, and put it on.
I'm not suggesting.
I think it'll take about 5 minutes.
I don't think it'll take long.
Yeah, so I think I've already raised the issue of what's the basements for the first selectman to act without the Board of Selectmen. This charge does properly say that the Board of Selectmen needs to approve the architect engineer that would be advising the building committee. There was questions about, as we get through this plan, why would only the Board of Selectmen approve the construction and design plan? It seemed to me that the police commission should have an advisory role. And I think also we should get some input back from the Board of Finance, because ultimately they'd have to vote on whether or not we go to.
All of which would happen as
But it's
as
not.
normal
I think
process
they're
in terms of
clar-
making the decision as far as how we move forward.
I think
that
the
would-
charge is not clear, is what I'm saying, in
In-
terms of what happens.
I would think that there would be representatives from
Both.
the police commission and Board of Finance on.
There is nobody listed from the Board of Finance.
And right now, the police membership commission, I don't see minority representation. I know they're not required on an ad hoc. I've heard be said before, but
Which I disagree with.
I also disagree with, if nothing else, out of principle. But I'm not familiar of their qualifications in terms of construction and architecture.
Was this meant to be the complete list? That's
No.
on the
I
chart?
assume not, because there's dots.
Correct,
But,
correct. So as far
that
as
was my
minority
assumption as well.
representation. Go on.
but I'm just saying, and Amy, we reviewed this separately, and I also, when I read the charge, was like, oh, it's weird that there's not representation of the advisory police commission on the design or the Board of Finance's input. I think to promote efficiency and success in this charge, that we should leverage those experts and tools we have at our disposal, and integrate that language and the liaising and consultation thereof in the charge.
So I think the other thing along those lines that we would need to also clarify, Nick, is I agree we need all of that input, but we need to decide if those who are voting members of the building committee and who are advisory to the building committee.
Yeah.
Because there was question about that, on the last board, and we would just want to make sure that we're doing it the right way.
Good point.
That is
So,
a good point.
all of that input, to Andrea's point, well taken. But, there may need to be separate lists for who is administration on the committee and who are voting members on the committee.
Thank you, Maria.
And I was focused on that when you get down under tasks, the third one says, on approval of the Woodbridge Board of Selectmen, the committee shall seek bids. And it seemed to me that whatever the construction design plan is, it needs to have the imprimatur of the police commission as well. They need to have agreed that it's appropriate. And I think we need the Board of Finance, if not formally to agree to it, they're going to be
I could
involved
just
in
say
any
that
bonding.
historically,
Yeah.
the Board of Selectmen has sought that advice.
Yeah.
And then we're the acting body. So
Yeah.
it historically has not been put in some of the charges, just because the board would do that and then would take that into consideration when making their vote. You could certainly put it in there, it's not a big deal.
I would be more comfortable with their language is after receiving consultation from the police commission and the Board of Finance.
In addition to those members being present on the committee.
Yeah,
as
because-
advisory to the committee.
Yeah.
Like, what qualifies, if they give their input as part of their advisement to the committee?
No,
Or are you asking for a separate meeting?
I am asking for the police commission itself to say, yeah, it looks like a good design or not. You do not want either them or the union to come back and say, you forgot to think about X, Y, and Z.
Oh, 100%,
So
right.
much better to have the police commission agree to it
Yeah.
and have the Board of Finance say, you know, if they have any questions about, you know, why are you doing the deluxe, whatever, it's better to give people a chance to weigh in.
Yeah, no,
It's-
absolutely, and the people that are using the building need to understand how it's used and be, you know, have input in that. I guess,
There's
and again, my assumption was that would be taken care of in the makeup of the committee.
I don't see any issue with what you're suggesting, Amy. The only comment I'll make is that it seems as if you're indicating that that's not something that would be done based on the way this is structured, and as Tony indicated, that's business as usual. The building committee would, with two members of the police commission on it, I would expect to go to the police commission and make sure that before they recommend anything to the Board of Selectmen, that they've done their due diligence and gone to the appropriate parties to make sure that that recommendation has been vetted by those entities that should that should do that. That's to me is a normal operating procedure, and it's one that if that hadn't been done as a board, that's one of the questions I would ask in terms of, have you done this? If they say no, then go back and do this before you come to us. But I would prefer the building committee to be the entity that gets the input and then presents it to the board. That's their charge. That's what the charge says they're supposed to do, rather than saying, okay, let's meet with the Board of Finance. What do you guys think? Let's meet with whatever other stakeholder group there might be and say, okay, what do you guys think? That's, I think, the purview and the responsibility of the building committee. That's why you have formed the building committee, is to take on those responsibilities and those practices so as to make sure that when they come to the Board of Selectmen, they've done their due diligence and can go. Putting it in the charge saying, we expect that there would be, that these Board of Finance and Police Commission would also be involved in this, doesn't hurt at all.
No,
But it's just not,
right
I
now
don't
right
want
now
people to think that we weren't looking at that being the case by
I appreciate
putting
that
this.
clarity, and your willingness to add the language.
Yeah, no,
I'm sorry?
I said I appreciate the clarity and your willingness to consider adding the language.
I'm not saying you weren't planning on it, but it's not laid out here, and it is the charge, and for the people who are taking on the building committee, it would be good to have it be specified.
Especially if the only two members on the building committee don't reflect different political,
Well, yeah,
you know.
or, I mean, you don't have anybody here right now with a finance background. I don't know Chris Westerfeld, but.
or who's Tiffany Tweedy? The name
Tiffany
sounds-
is the clerk.
Yes,
She's the
Yeah.
clerk for the
Yes.
group.
But I
But we'll-
just think it, I think.
This,
it-
as the dots indicate, the intent is for us to finish putting together the building committee. So
Okay.
that's exactly what, if you would like, we would expect that, I would expect that you would suggest somebody if the
Okay.
finance is important to you. That's the reason it's there.
Well, and to Maria's point, it can't necessarily be people who are on a commission. We have to get that cleared up, but we can.
It can't be, for example, we can't have a Board of Finance member
what
on
I'm
this
saying.
building committee. We
Right.
can't have a Board of
Even if
Board of
they're
Selectmen.
advisory?
They can be a liaison.
members.
Correct, they can be a
But
liaison.
there
Yeah.
are lots of building committees that have advisory, for example.
You are.
Yes.
But also the superintendent, the principal, we have a teacher representative, like there are people that are advisory to the committee that are not voting members because they're not electors of the town.
Right.
Right, well,
Our-
Ron
Right,
so
Smith
Ron
would have
Smith
to
would
be
be-
That's what
advisory.
Ron-
Our intent here when speaking to the chief and Chair Skeletar, when I spoke with them, just what, I can't remember who brought it up, it might have been Maria, I think it was you, Maria, who brought up, similar to when I looked at the building committee associated with the schools in Farmington, I believe it was, when we were looking at some of the school information, they had the voting members of the committee,
Right.
and they had the non-voting members of the committee. They were
Cheshire was the same way.
Right, and that's exactly the approach we were looking to take here, is to have members that are voting members of the committee that are the committee, and then the non-voting members who participate, input, but are not, they don't vote, and make that clear, so that people know who's all in that. So that way you can have a finance person who's engaged with the committee, but not necessarily voting on what's happening.
So you may also, I don't know what the aspects are of a union issues, but if there's a retired police officer or dispatcher who's in town who'd be willing to serve, that might be a good
There
idea.
is, as a matter of fact,
Okay,
I've reached out to him,
Oh, great.
okay.
so, yes, there is.
But union,
I'm sorry?
a union person, yeah.
This was not a union
Past-
person. Mhm.
Okay.
Mika, just to clarify, would the appointments be at our special meeting or in April?
If I could just make a comment,
Sooner is better,
we do actually have this on the street.
On
The
the
RFQ
street?
so the RFQ is out.
is out,
Okay,
and so the responses are due soon.
okay.
I just thought I'd mention that. You
When
can
are they
obviously
due?
do it whenever you want. What's it? Friday.
Oh,
Sooner is better.
so, so our special meeting is gonna, okay.
It should be for the special meeting.
I worked
2
on the
weeks.
RFQ with our building officers.
Okay, actually, and thank you for bringing that up, because that was a question I had. What role are they playing in this? And should they be integrated into the charge?
They will be. They'll be a non-voting member of the
Of the board, of the committee?
Committee.
Okay.
Correct.
Great, I was hoping
Correct.
to hear that.
One of them will be, at
Yeah,
least
I
one
know.
of them will be.
Okay, great. Okay, so is there action to take? I'm not looking at the agenda.
No, well, there was no action.
Okay.
What I would suggest again is if you're not satisfied with particular wording, that you please send the wording that you're interested in. Either let's talk about it right now, or submit it.
Okay.
And I think also just giving time between meetings to think about appointments.
Correct.
Giving everybody an opportunity to think about suggestions. I think that's what I was getting at, to not kind of rush to finalize a charge and a committee.
I
The
appreciate
names that are on there under membership are names that were put forth by the chair and the police chief.
So that's a good start.
Chris Westerfeld does have, he's not a architect. His background, he's an engineer.
Okay.
His background is more in
What kind of engineer do you?
traffic and like tolls and things of that nature.
Civil?
But he is an engineer. Again, this is who they suggested. We need to make the appointments.
So personnel?
Personnel, next item on the agenda, Personnel Committee update.
Tony, do you want to lead that? Do you want
I can certainly.
me to?
Yeah, no,
What
I
are you
can-
going to do?
I can lead it,
Or
just-
Lauren?
Yeah. that's
Or
good.
Mika? I guess anyone.
We were
wants
all
to.
there.
I could just kick us off by
Yeah,
saying
I'm just pulling up.
we met twice since our last meeting to review some of the items in your packet and are prepared to make some recommendations for your consideration.
The first recommendation is to recommend to the Board of Selectmen to approve a title change for Mark Dudka. He is currently our custodian, and he has been doing a fair amount of maintenance-related tasks in addition to his custodian work, and which is out of his classification and is an invaluable resource to the town and to Brad Parsons in the maintenance department, which we have definitely a need. And so the request is to change Mark's title from custodian to maintenance custodian, and reflect that in an increase in his hourly pay from $22.31 to $27.30. He clearly, on a somewhat regular basis, does tasks that are more maintenance related than just custodial. And he's been doing that for a while, and so
So-
that's the question.
This would, oh wait, is this
That's
discussion?
the, yeah,
or
this-
can-
that's the request.
But it's as of January 1.
It would be
Yes.
as of January
January 1. It's in the budget also.
for fiscal year 26.
Yes,
It doesn't require a budget change.
does not.
It does not require budget, and one thing I would say is this would achieve his final step. That's what you said.
Correct.
Yes, I think that's
correct.
valuable,
That's
right?
that's an
And
interesting,
then-
yeah, so
and-
we'll create the steps backwards.
Yeah.
So this is the top step. That's what you're asking, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah.
yes, correct.
Sorry.
As a custodian, is that what you're saying?
As
No, as the
final
maintenance
step.
custodian. So
This is a final step of what?
they have 4 steps in the union.
Of his pay.
So let's say Mark was no longer the maintenance custodian and we wanted to continue that position, the person would not start
At
at
this
20,
level.
at
I
that
see.
rate.
I see.
That would be the 4th step.
So any potential future raises would be like cost of living
Correct, and
increases,
future
not-
livings
yeah.
would be cost of living, because typically between steps, there's like 2 to 3% increase in addition to the cost of living.
And if I may add, we discussed this as a valuable retention.
Correct.
Step considering succession planning.
Correct, yes.
He works closely with Brad, and should he have interest, may be very well suited in filling that role over time.
Mm-hmm.
Lauren, anything?
No, I think
Or Mika? We voted unanimously. Did you have a question, Amy?
So the only thing I want to make clear is,
And we're not
I-
backfilling the custodian position.
okay, but that wasn't my question.
Okay, thought maybe that was your question.
That was a good catch. Yeah, got it. This isn't a new position, I get it. It's a
Right.
change
It's a
in
change.
the title
Right.
and compensation, and responsibilities. My only question is, ordinarily, I would not be happy back voting to January, a prior date, on a change of rate of pay. But my understanding is he's actually been doing
Correct.
these duties. And
Correct.
that's, so just to be clear on the record, the justification in this instance is because he's been fulfilling the responsibilities, and our taking this up as March has more to do with
And-
the changeover of the Board of Selectmen.
Additionally, that's
yeah.
the
So-
other point.
Okay,
Yep.
I just,
For
for
quite a while,
future
he's been doing it.
requests, I
Yeah.
just want to make clear that this is an
Understood. That's what
anomaly.
he's saying. Yep.
And agreed, he's been doing it for quite a while,
Okay,
yeah.
But thank you for
But the-
getting that on the record.
yes, that's,
And I think your second point was that it's taken us a while to get to the person, to get this on the agenda, even though it's
Right.
something that had been proposed a while ago.
it was proposed in October
Right.
by Brad Parsons as his supervisor, and then what happened is we had an election, we had a changeover of the Board of Selectmen, we had
Exactly.
all the new
Right.
things that have to be done, including budgets, and so we are getting to this
Yeah, personnel didn't meet.
a while after, quite a
Thank
while
you.
after the request, and so in this particular instance, going back to his acknowledgement of his doing these duties, at least from the beginning of the year, makes sense.
Although it was requested to begin on November 1st.
Yes.
Yeah.
We never operate that quickly, though, do we? I mean, maybe, if you did,
If it was-
Maria,
if it was-
last
mid-
round, I'd be astonished.
If it was midterm, maybe, but
Three months is probably
So-
about how long it takes the Board of Selectmen to do anything, so.
with that consideration, I'll make a motion that we approve the job title change and salary increase for Mark Dudka as outlined.
Second.
As outlined in what, though?
Oh.
As outlined.
Oh, the
on-
minutes,
In the minutes?
Personnel minute.
personal minutes.
Oh, yeah, okay, as long as it's clear, okay, all right.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
Okay. The second item is the committee voted unanimously to recommend that the Board of Selectmen approve a monthly stipend for Tim Anderson of $400 for seasonal work, and additional responsibilities related to seasonal work, not to exceed 7 months. And the additional responsibility is that he is essentially functions as a parks crew leader.
You have that document in the file, yeah.
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 And so he oversees the seasonal employees, and so this is compensation for that additional responsibility.
So it would not exceed 2,800.
Because we used to have, the way, when, we used to have a parks director. Parks director was, the position was eliminated.
Yeah.
And therefore, the parks, was now Adam, is the charge of the whole operations.
Right.
So as a result, there was no one really overseeing the seasonal employees.
Right, and the crew.
and the seasonal crew. And so that's where Tim stepped in, has been doing it, and so we feel it's fair to compensate him for that additional responsibility.
So was there a motion and a second?
No. No motion yet, right?
Correct.
So I can make the motion to approve this $400 a month stipend, not to exceed 7 months a year, for Tim Anderson, as compensation for his additional duties during, of overseeing seasonal staff.
But it's in accordance with a memorandum of agreement.
In
Because
accordance
his
with the-
responsibilities there are
Right.
specified.
Thank you.
Right.
In accordance with the memorandum.
Correct.
So,
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any additional conversation?
so my only discussion item is I think we also, who signs for the town of Woodbridge? This a memorandum of agreement? What has been the practice for union?
Typically, it's either the first selectman or me.
Okay.
And do we have to authorize it?
Usually we come to the board, the personnel committee, when there's a memorandum.
So is that what we're doing right now?
Right.
All right.
So this would be us authorizing it.
Well, I think we ought to, do we need to?
Either
Okay.
amend the motion to include authorizing the first selectman or the admin supervisor
Yeah,
or the
please-
admin officer
please
to
do
sign.
that.
Are you willing to,
you
I'll
already want
amend the
to?
I
motion?
barely write some of your motions down these days because the last one I had to research was 20 minutes long before you guys
Okay,
got to
why
this one.
don't we
So-
move to do that, and then I'll make a motion to reauthorize Tony or.
So I have two
Nika
separate
to-
motions,
to-
you're saying?
Yeah, it's cleaner.
Okay.
My only other discussion point was budgeting. This is also
Yes,
within our
so
budget.
also
Okay.
within the budget, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maria.
And I'll just say for the record that this number, the 400, the dollar amount, was derived from researching other positions.
Correct.
Yeah.
We researched other
for that.
positions.
It wasn't
within the
just
town.
like-
We didn't pull it out of the air.
Or Tony didn't pull it out of the air. He did his homework, as he does.
Thank you, I appreciate that, because we certainly want to retain good people, so I want to make sure that we're also at market. Thank you.
Call the vote. All in favor? Motion carries.
And I move we authorize the first selectman to sign the memorandum of agreement.
First
in
selectman
our-
only or first selectman and admin
Or
officer?
Tony.
Well, there's only one signature.
One
Or.
or.
Oh, if you want to do that. I have to check my chart.
I'm thinking as time goes on and we have a separate admin officer, it may be something, this would fall under HR operations kind of thing, so.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if
We
the
don't have
motion
a
is.
full-
We don't
We
have
don't
a
Do we
full
have a full
motion
motion? Amy?
I think my motion is that we authorize, as the Board of Selectmen, that this memorandum of agreement be signed, and further that, which one do you want on behalf of the Board of Selectmen signs?
Generally, the authorizations for signature go to the first selectman.
Correct.
Okay, and that we
So-
authorize the first selectman to sign on behalf of the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you.
This memorandum of agreement with the AFSCME Council for
Second.
local.
There is a second?
Yeah, that's
Thank
right.
you. Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
I
Thank
just want
you.
to make another comment. There's also a memorandum of understanding for the maintenance custodian. Did you see that?
No, I did not see that.
There is, I did see it as I was looking for this
And
one, actually,
With
so.
the union?
Yeah, it's not, I don't think we put it in the package,
It's not in the package.
but there's one for that position also. It's very similar, it just says different.
Okay, well, the same language of motion with respect to the MOU, in this instance is a MOU?
I got it right here, actually. No, it's also it's MOA, Memorandum of Agreement.
Okay, in the same language, propose the same motion language with respect to the memorandum of agreement for Mr. Decca's change.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the SMM grant resolution. This is, we spoke about this the last time we met. We had a draft. The draft has been changed to reflect the the specifics as far as Woodbridge is concerned. In general, we have the state has awarded Woodbridge a grant of $214,000 to study and to enable, and I'm trying to bring this up real quick myself here, Tony, if you want to help.
Oh, yeah.
What we're doing, this particular step is specific to the education process and public engagement to evaluate whether it's something the town is interested in moving forward with. The only thing that the only commitment associated with this is, or if you want to call it a commitment, is that piece of it, is the first step, the first phase. If the town opts not to move forward for whatever reason there might be, we don't need to, there's no obligation, there's no problem in terms of the rest of the dollars, et cetera. And that's stated in the resolution.
Mika, when, are we making
No,
a
go
motion
ahead.
first, or
Nope,
can we
I
discuss?
haven't moved it, if you want to just,
When this last came up in February, I think I had asked about sustainability committee's input on this. Have we gotten their input?
have we reached out to them? I know we had talked about it.
This, I have sent it over, we haven't gotten their input yet, they met recently and they are in the middle of planning Earth Day, but we're hoping to get them, there's a follow-up meeting that I think you would ask for me to see if they could get involved in, but.
They will be
I mean,
engaged in this process as we move forward. They have been, they're aware of what this is and what we're doing.
Okay.
So that goes to my question and kind of piggybacks off of what Andrea is saying. We were awarded this grant. If we move to accept this grant, who does and which of our boards and commissions are involved in the work of doing this study and executing what needs to be done under this grant?
I think that's the most prominent question that came to my mind when I read the charge. In part because, Mika, especially with all, like, out of consideration for you, as I read the charge, it puts the onus on you to oversee all of this. And I feel like you would probably agree that there are, not to belittle the importance of this, but there are greater, more pressing issues that demand your time. And I could see great value in having other committees, boards represented in this, particularly that of sustainability, as I think they've already been doing some waste management work in town. So just piggying off of Maria.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that at all?
What I will say is that I know that there are vendors who support this effort, and will work with the town directly, utilizing the grant funding for their portion, for their fees, or whatever costs are associated with that. They will indeed work with whoever we designate, and we would, in this case, identify and designate the appropriate commissions or boards.
Would there be would there be a committee perhaps made up of representatives from different boards that would then work with that consultant to this end?
If we wanted to go in that direction, we could, yes.
I guess my fear and what I'd like us to avoid is not just getting a grant because the opportunity exists, but of pursuing something the right way. And in my mind, before acting on this resolution, I would really love to hear from sustainability in terms of their perception of this. I'd love to also read the grant. I looked back in our packet from last month and where we had more supporting materials on this subject, but I don't have a copy of the grant, and I feel like not to bring, you know, something negative up, but after my experience with the master planning, like I feel like I learned it feels important to me to read the grant before I act on a resolution, to just have a greater expectation management, and especially as someone who writes and manages grants, to make a more informed decision.
So I have a more general issue with this, or question. You know, at most, what we would achieve with this is some reduction in our transfer station costs, right? We would do some environmental good, but bottom line to the town.
Potential environmental good, because I think
there are, right. I said at most,
yeah.
and we would have some modest improvements of the cost of the transfer station. I'll be quite blunt, I think our staff, and it's been, including our first selectman, have limited time, and we have a lot of challenges in this town. I do not think this is the most important project to pursue. I'd rather focus laser on affordable housing and a housing growth plan and everything else that's coming down the pike. And there are big issues, and I just don't think this, and I say that having been a DEP responsible for looking at solid waste. This is a great model, successfully done in Massachusetts, but here in our town, where half of people currently get to throw out their garbage for free, they just have to drive to the transfer station, imposing any kind of costs on people seems to me to be a huge uphill challenge. And I've thought so far as, oh, well, we'll give everybody, you know, 1 bag per person in your household or something like that. Who's going to administer that? Who's going to keep track of that? I just don't see the value of this grant.
Right now.
Well, is that the
Not
only?
not now. I just don't think it's a priority for our town.
I don't know if that's the only option they would
as
come up with.
somebody who cares deeply about the environment and minimizing waste. But I don't see the value.
And just, I agree, and I think I was speaking to this earlier, just talking about priorities and how much is going on and what we want to focus on and doing it right. And, you know, this is getting into a different subject, but is relevant, and we don't have to deviate, but I do feel like there are opportunities for sustainability, other Conservation Commission, maybe even the Agriculture Commission, to help advance some of these efforts of sustainability, food waste management, whatever, without necessarily having to go down this path at this time.
So my experience and my involvement with them is, I think it's been at least 2 or 3 years that they've been trying to get a food waste program,
Who's they?
sustainability.
Okay. Is that
moving
who
in
wrote this
town.
grant?
I don't know who wrote the grant.
Okay.
Trying to get that through their committee in town and working with some other vendors. I would be curious to know whether they think that this would be helpful to them to further those efforts, because it seems like those efforts have not been able to move past a certain point in the past few years. I do agree we do have a lot on our plate, but I also think that we have a lot of really good volunteers on our boards and commissions in town. And I think that if they were tasked appropriately with working with this grant, this could be something that we could take advantage of that would help further the work that they're already trying to do.
Well, that would be a big difference. It's a question of who has to do the work.
And that's the important thing.
We don't have a public
and
works
that's-
director right now.
That's the important thing to understand. From my understanding is that the vendors who are associated with the grant from the state and with SCROG, with our Council of Governments, they take on this as their work. Because if we opt to move forward, that's how they sustain themselves. And in this particular instance, this is an opportunity for a free of charge educational program and survey opportunity for our residents. There's no risk from a financial perspective, because the vendor has indicated, we can define whether or not, I don't have perspective in having worked on this before to know that, there's going to be, and I don't know, Tony, that you have, we've talked about this. Believe me, we're very sensitive to the fact that there's a lot we need to do and we don't have a lot of resources to do it. So I hear you, I understand.
I'm trying to be helpful.
And I appreciate it. But in this particular instance, and it may be simply because I'm aware of the vendors who do this, and my sense is that there's an opportunity for us to educate our public and potentially identify whether there is an opportunity to move forward with the program that can indeed help the environment and reduce our costs.
Do we have a time frame, Mika, to either accept the money, or once the grant has been administered, is there a time frame in which we need to do the work?
We're at a point now, the reason we're doing this now as we are is specifically because the state is waiting for, and there's a bunch of towns that have received the grant, they're waiting for the towns to respond whether they're going to go to the next step. So we are one of the later ones in terms of deciding what we want to do here in terms of what the state is looking for. So, again, is it a priority? Not from my perspective. Is it an opportunity? Yes, that's what I see it as. It's an opportunity for low risk, low funding, and in getting a deliverable at the end of the day as to identifying more clearly where our town stands from a solid waste standpoint.
Is there a time frame in which we would need to get that work done? And, being that if we accepted this, we may need to put a committee together, or we may need to discuss that in a meeting. Is there a time frame to use those funds? Like if we got something going by the end of the year, knowing we're hiring for positions in town.
Every grant has a time frame, right? So
Well,
what
that's
is
why
it? Yeah. And this is why it would be helpful to have the grant.
I thought we put it in the package, so if we didn't,
I
I get it.
unless, correct me, unless the zero waste proposal,
The company, the Waste Zero
Yeah.
company.
yeah, is that the grant? No, right?
No.
That's their proposal. And so my question is
That's the vendor.
this is the vendor you intend to
And we
move
don't,
forward
there
And was
are
that
others,
sole
we don't have to.
solicited?
I'm sorry?
I'm confused about why that.
They came to us and they said, there's a grant. This is what it can be used for. This is what we do. There's others who
like
do
that.
it. They're very clear right up front that they're not the only ones who do it and we don't have to work with them, and we don't. This doesn't tie us to that in any way, shape, or form. And that there's very little heavy lifting on the part of the town because they do most of the work, and it's worked in some other towns. It's currently being done jointly with Guilford and Madison, and it's worked very well in Kent and some other smaller communities as well.
Okay. Well, I'll
So-
make my last statement because out of sake of time, which is I'm not comfortable supporting this resolution, as I want to hear from sustainability, which I asked for about it, as I think the charge has to be more clear in who is overseeing the work, and I am unwilling to commit to a grant without having read the grant and understand the expectations more clearly. And I'll just add one more statement, that I had been in touch with you, Tony, and Mika about another deep grant opportunity, the Climate Resilience Grant, which I think would have much greater opportunity for impact on our community. And so in terms of grants and prioritization, and I just don't understand the decision-making, particularly if this wasn't coming from sustainability or an entity with this charge. So I just feel like I'm not confident in.
The grant
I
that
don't
you
have enough
mentioned is not a
information.
grant that somebody else would take care of. That's a grant that we would have to administer, we would have to submit and administer. So that's, to your point, in terms of time and effort, that's something that's on us.
Yeah.
That's definitely on us. And whoever else we can engage to get that done. This grant, that's not the case. This grant is there are resources who could manage this grant for us and manage the process that goes along with this grant, whereas that other grant, that's not the case. So in answer to that question.
Okay,
As far
thank
as
you
the
for
rest, I think it's, I understand you needing to read the grant. We can certainly reference that. We can make that happen. That's not an issue.
Sustainability is
You know,
input.
and that's, I
we
have
have
to get to their
time?
meeting.
Do we have
I'll find
time
out.
to
I'll
get
find out. If
some
not,
feedback from
I'll let them know.
sustainability To share it with them and
Yeah, I don't know for sure. I have,
with
I'm sorry to say.
submitting
so,
this. Okay.
So I'll find out and certainly get back to the team, to the board.
I mean, that's
as soon
just
as I
me.
do.
Other people might feel different, you know.
I'm excited for this to go forward, but because I don't see a timeline on this that says we need to do this today, and because we're meeting in 2 weeks and then another
Right.
couple weeks after that, I don't see why we can't table this
I agree.
and have more details, have the written grant materials, understand what the deadline is, see if we have preferred vendors, give us some more time.
And how we want to put this together, if this is going to be administered by town staff, if this is going to be a committee made up of representatives from different boards and commissions, or if this is going to be, if sustainability is going to take this on as the primary contact person. I think that would be also, while we're getting additional information, helpful to sort of set up how this is going to move forward.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. We will table this until our next meeting, if there is time for us to do that, and if there's not, I'll deal with that.
Thank you, Mika.
Could I just clarify, because this is, as we're closing, our next meeting is not just with TPC, we're having 2 meetings, is that?
No, we're having one meeting that includes the meeting with TPC. We're meeting here first with agenda items, for example.
At the Center Cafe at 5 o'clock.
Oh, we're meeting there?
Thanks for
Okay.
clarifying.
Yeah, thanks for
Yeah,
clarifying.
I'm sure that's on the agenda,
on
and
the
I'm sure I
agenda.
would have figured
So
it
we'll-
out.
There's
but-
a lot of balancing that goes into popping up a bunch of extra meetings,
The
but you'll be
TPC
over there.
does not begin until 6:30.
Okay.
We're meeting at 5 o'clock.
So you sent me an email, which I appreciate, suggesting that we're going to be discussing strategic planning?
Correct.
There's a folder for the 25th in your SharePoint already with the draft, with the beginning of the draft agenda.
Okay.
Okay. I don't
Are we
know how to
meeting
figure
before
this.
the 25th?
Here, can I take a look?
Yeah.
We hope to. We
Oh,
haven't
okay.
defined a date. Right now, the 19th is not
So
a good
that's
date
a
for.
closed.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't even remember what I put down, but
Yeah.
we'll
So
work
far,
it
the
out.
dates we haven't
I
been
make a
able
motion
to.
to adjourn.
Second.
Oh, okay.
Folks, are you here?
Sure.
Okay, so, thank you.
Wow.